Hello, everybody. Welcome to stream. Welcome to stream. How's everybody doing today? Welcome in. Come on in. Join us. Join us. We have a special guest today. If you're watching the stream, everybody say what's up to Dr. Blitz.
Hello.
Dr. Blitz. I should have set up like an applause, but I didn't do that.
Some nice sound effect.
What do I have on the soundboard? I have a hen. What is that? No, that's terrible. Oh my God, stop. No, I didn't set one up. Anyways, everybody say what's up to Blitz. Blitz is here to join us today as we debate any theists or Christians or science deniers of any kind can join us today to tackle those. 219-327-8005 is the number. Before we do, let's do our housekeeping. First of all, Pillow, Trans Dreamland, and Starfighter Chad, thank you for being first in the Twitch chat today. Shout out to you guys. Also, Ash Ray, thank you for resubscribing with your Amazon Prime for your 5th month on Twitch. And Crust Basher 666, thank you for resubscribing. That's a great name. Thank you for resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1 over on Twitch. We have a stacked day lined up for you guys. So we are here to debate. We have some topics on the board. And let me tell you what those topics are really quickly. First and foremost, there is no compelling evidence for God. None. Zip. Zilch. Nada. You ain't finna find it. 2, the Christian God is evil. That's probably my favorite topic. So if that floats your goat. 3, the Bible condones and demands slavery. I've switched that up a little bit. Oh yeah, now people are gonna be like, oh, what does that mean? We'll find out. Jovan, your mic has an echo. My mic always has an echo. What are you talking about? Like, do you mean echo like my room noise? Because I always have room noise.
I think it's that.
Yeah, it's just until I get soundproofing in this office space, there's nothing I can do about that. Sorry. Number 4, there's no evidence for the resurrection. Number 5, the earth is billions of years old and round. Always got to add that little last minute qualifier. Welcome in, everybody. Blitz, how you been, man?
You know, things are, you look outside sometimes and it sometimes seems like everything's on fire. But aside from that, I'm okay.
Oh my God. True. By the way, guys, if you want to ask a question to Blitz, there's 2 ways that's going to happen. When we've hit a break point in debates, we're going to start taking audience questions. So you can call in to ask Blitz or I, probably mainly Blitz, anything you want to ask. Or you send a super chat. All super chats get read at the end of show. We're going to alternate between callers and super chats. We will hit all super chats. We will not hit all calls. So if you really want to make sure your question gets asked and answered, I mean, you can ask me too. Here's what we'll do. I'll answer what I think the answer is. And then Blitz will give what the actual answer is. Whatever you guys call it about. You just muted yourself. You muted and then unmuted.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I was checking that it wasn't picking up from my AirPod mics. It was using my actual mic. Apparently I sound phasey. My audio might be double.
You do have a little fade. I can hear it as well.
It shouldn't be on me. My mic was working perfectly fine earlier today. I can try refreshing if that would be helpful, but
no, I mean it sounds fine. I mean it's not
okay.
It sounds like it'll be okay. Like it sounds like it's not a big deal.
All right, sounds good.
If it becomes a real problem that chat is like, Jovan, this is unacceptable, well then somebody tell me, and we'll see how that goes. It's not the same Blitz audio this morning. Oh, it's different Blitz audio. I mean, I don't know what would be causing through you,
right? Well, so I mean, typically I'm streaming directly from OBS, and so OBS then broadcasts my mic. But
what's your mic source in the call-in?
Right now, it should just be this guy.
Oh, well, that's what we're hearing.
Because when I turned it off, you couldn't hear me.
When you have the mic close to your mouth, I don't hear it as much.
Okay, I'll just put it really, really close, and I'll talk quietly.
Yeah, it sounds fine when you're there.
Is that any better?
That sounds fine to me. Okay, we do have people calling in, so the screeners are going through them. Blitz, why don't you throw people with some of your credentials? I'm sure people are like, oh, Blitz calls himself a doctor. What does that mean?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. So I do keep this handy. Now, I gotta be really, really careful just to not dox my... I really just need to cover this. Anyway, I'm currently holding a diploma. The diploma does
You're holding
say
a piece of
doctorate
paper
on it. Look, there's diploma stuff on the bottom, right? I just don't want to give away my name and where I went to school and, you know, the date I graduated. Those would all be good things not to give away. But it is a diploma. It is a PhD, technically, in physics, awarded at the end of or in the middle of 2022. So I have that. I'm also published, like, I don't know, more than a dozen times. You know, I speak at things. But that's not relevant. The point is I have a doctorate in physics and flat earthers are afraid of me. And also, it turns out a lot of people think that the Earth is like 6,000 years old, so that's dumb. And I could talk about that too.
We love that. Well, we already have a caller. It is somebody who is, you know, not usually the most intellectually honest person that calls into the show. But let's just see what happens. Coming up, we have Dirk. Now, Dirk, before you get up here, I need your, you know the rules, need your age and your pronouns.
Well, this is Dirk here. What a complete honor to have the chance to be up here. This is really fantastic. I'm 30 years old, and my pronouns are he/him.
Okay,
this is fantastic. I really appreciate this. This is great.
Okay, wonderful. Now, Dirk, you think there is compelling evidence for God. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, Dirk, what's that evidence?
Well, in order for me to tell you this evidence, I'll need to question you a little bit.
No, you won't.
And Dr. Blitz,
that's not how evidence works.
Chime in here if you want
Dirk,
to give
Dirk, that's not how
answer.
Dirk, that's not how evidence works. Whatever I say should not affect whether you have evidence of God.
Well, what you say is testing if you're good faith and logically consistent.
Good faith would be answering the question that you're asked.
Typically, when somebody asks for evidence, the correct answer is not.
Say if you won the lottery 10 billion times in a row?
I would say, great, cool. I won the lottery 10 billion.
I would say that that's remarkable. Somebody must be cheating.
You would say that's amazing, right?
I would be like, oh, awesome. I'm glad that I got I picked the right numbers.
Now, would you think that was just luck involved in that?
Yes.
And it was a natural.
Well, I would probably first think that somebody is cheating, but yeah, if no one's cheating, yes, I would think it's luck.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere interesting.
Notice how we haven't had any. Right? Notice how we haven't had any evidence. Though.
Rigor of the game, if you would say.
What? Indeed. Yeah, you should present your evidence here rather than talking around an analogy.
This was to test if you're a good faith, and I appreciate you for saying the obvious answer out loud, which is winning the lottery 10 billion times in a row would feel amazing, and you would think there's some sort of cheater that made that happen, and that's the reason to believe in God. That's the sole reason to believe in God, in my opinion. The very fact that you
because of a fake hypothetical
is equivalent to winning the lottery many more billion times than I gave in my hypothetical.
We should believe in God because of a fake hypothetical.
Times you've won the lottery in order to get here. And that is the sole reason that you should believe in God. There's some sort of outside force.
Do you notice that we didn't equate winning the lottery to God, and now you're like, see, that's why you should believe.
There being an outside force that affected you.
We said we would first question whether or not there's cheating, but without evidence of cheating, we would go, okay, we just got lucky.
Exactly.
And look, what's the evidence that?
And there's a cheater in the real world, and that cheater is God. He rigged the game in your favor for you to be here.
What is the evidence that you used to establish that the likelihood of Jovan or myself being here is very unlikely?
Well, that is the evidence. I just told you. The very fact that
I don't believe you that it's unlikely.
That's not evidence. That's
billions and trillions,
Dirk. That is not evidence. That's just a claim.
That is evidence. That is evidence. Just like it would be evident if you won the lottery 10 billion times in a row.
God.
Look,
that is
the question is whether or not it's the case that we are indeed unlikely to be here. Why should we believe that we're unlikely to be here? No, you just said it. Why should we believe that it's unlikely that we're here?
Well, you also believe it. You admitted it before.
When did I say that?
Well, you said if you won the lottery 10 billion times in a row, you would think there's a cheater.
Yeah, that has to do with the lottery.
I don't conclusion that there's a cheater.
Right, but that's about the lottery. I'm asking about us. What's the evidence that we are unlikely? So in the case of the
lottery, what evidence would you have to conclude that there's a cheater?
That wasn't my question. Are you not understanding? Is there is my audio that bad? My question is not.
Dirk, we didn't assert. Hold on, just real quick. We didn't assert there was a cheater. We would say we think there might be a cheater. Hold on, Dirk.
Rigged in your favor?
Dirk, go ahead, Woods. He's not even listening.
So, Dirk, the question is not. So, Dirk. Okay, so pay attention. The idea is before we can even ask the question of whether or not we should consider a cheater, we first need to establish whether or not the thing is unlikely to begin with. For example, if I just rolled a single 6-sided die and I got a 4, why would I think there's a cheater? There's a 16-ish% chance of that happening. That's not particularly unlikely. So you need to establish
sentient and capable of observing the
so
universe
you need
and
reality. Dirk, so you need to establish that it is unlikely that humans would arise from, natural phenomena. That's what you need to establish here.
I'm talking about you specifically.
Yeah, you need to establish that I am unlikely to arise via natural phenomena.
You are.
What's the evidence of that? You just said it. Why should I believe that?
Let's go through a little thought exercise. Would you be here if your parents never met?
I suppose not. Somebody else might be, but I wouldn't.
Right, you wouldn't, right? So would you agree with me? Every single
somebody else would have,
your mother
right?
ever made led her to meeting your father.
Probably not, no.
You wouldn't agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Because there are some decisions that almost certainly had no effect, right? What she ate for breakfast probably didn't affect what she was going to do that day. For example, what I ate for breakfast has what I ate for breakfast this morning has no bearing on the fact that I'm talking to you right now. If I'd eaten something different, I still would have been talking to you right now.
Yeah, you're assuming that. I could prove to you that's not true. If you ate scrambled eggs instead of pancakes, let's say the scrambled eggs took you 5 minutes to eat and the pancakes took you 10 minutes to eat. If you finished the scrambled eggs sooner, then maybe something would have happened in that 5 minutes that prevented you from.
Yeah, so this was scheduled in advance, so I was going to be here regardless.
Yeah, I mean, God willing, you'll be here regardless. Let's hope that extra 5 minutes that you took eating those pancakes didn't save your life somehow. I mean, you don't understand the butterfly.
I have a question that maybe I can elaborate a little bit on the confusion here.
You're being a little bad faith. You don't know what I'm saying?
No, I know exactly what you're saying, so maybe I can try to elaborate, because I think what you're saying is that the odds of me specifically being here is quite low. And that I might be willing to agree with.
Low.
But that doesn't require a designer. So let me give you an analogy to explain. Imagine that you had a die, and instead of having 6 sides on it, it has 1 billion sides on it. You roll the die, and you get 438,613, right? That's just the number that you happen to get. So when you roll that, the odds of getting that particular number, 1 in 1 billion. But the odds of getting some number are very high. In fact, it's 100%. So you're right. The odds of me specifically getting here, very low. But the odds of somebody getting here, very high. It just happened to be me. And that doesn't really require an explanation any more than getting a 898,232,412 on a billion-sided die.
I already answered this. Just like the die is not sentient and capable of observing and rationalizing the universe around it, just like the puddle that fills the cracks that it's put in, I know you're going to bring that one up too, you are unique. You're different than a puddle. You're different than a number on a die. You're a sentient human being who's able to rationalize the world around him. And you're given this universe that you need to come up with some sort of rationale behind. And your explanation as a rational human being is, this is just luck. This is just random chance.
Why should we believe? What just happened?
Me being here. That I think is completely irrational, and I think I proved that to you when we went over the lottery example. You wouldn't think that in the case of you winning the lottery, but you being here is you winning the lottery infinite amounts of times in a row.
I don't know if you've noticed this, Blitz. Dirk does not understand the arguments you're making. You have to dumb it down way more. He has no idea what you're saying. He quite literally has no clue.
So Dirk, okay, you know what? You're right. Let's talk about the lottery example. Let's just talk about winning the lottery once. Winning the lottery once is pretty rare, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I were to win the lottery, would I need an explanation for why I won the lottery?
If you were to win the lottery, you would have to say, wow, once. I got really lucky.
Right. But am I really, like, do I need an explanation for why I won the lottery? Does that cry out for an explanation?
No, I would say one lottery win would say, hey, there's luck involved.
But the point is while it's really lucky that I won the lottery specifically, it was almost guaranteed, not actually guaranteed because of the way lotteries work, but it was almost guaranteed that someone would win the lottery. And whoever that person was, they would think that they were very lucky. But it was guaranteed that someone would win the lottery. In the same way that even if the wrong sperm mixed with, like a different sperm mixed with the egg, a different sperm won the race or whatever, it would have been a different me. It would have been a different person. But it still would have been some person, right?
Point.
But my point is that
that's just and saying, wow, that's
he literally doesn't understand it. You can I don't think it's possible to dumb the argument down enough for Dirk to understand.
Well, I think you're
winning the lottery is like my sperm getting to the egg.
You're not understanding.
Somebody else winning the lottery would have been like some other sperm getting to the egg. But some sperm was going to make it to the egg.
Okay, now talk about winning the lottery 10 billion times in a row. What's your explanation for that?
Okay, so if you run the lottery 10 billion times in a row, somebody is going to win each of those times, right?
No, not somebody.
Well, not always,
one particular person.
I know, but somebody will win. Somebody will win each time.
An infinite amount of time in a row.
Somebody will win each time, and so it's guaranteed that there will be a winner for each of those.
A different person will.
He doesn't
not necessarily.
He doesn't understand.
Well, you don't get it. These are not analogous. You're saying if the lottery ran 10 billion times, 10
Dirk,
billion.
What is your evidence? What is your evidence God created the universe and it wasn't created by a giant plate of spaghetti?
Well, I mean, that doesn't, I don't have evidence of either or.
That's what I thought.
I could say with.
Okay, so hold on, Dirk. The prompt you called in about was there is no compelling evidence for God. You just admitted to us that you have no evidence. You just said no, it's not. It's a plate of spaghetti.
God differently than me.
Sure. How do you define God, Dirk? How do you define God?
Yeah, a being outside of our universe that
spaghetti's not outside of the universe. So it's not God.
Outside the universe?
The spaghetti, so it can't be God.
Okay, so if the spaghetti monster that you just brought up is not outside the universe, then I would say no, that's not possible for the spaghetti monster to exist.
Prove it.
Well, the fact that the universe had a beginning and
yes, the beginning was the spaghetti monster, but it created the universe. No, it created the universe from inside of the universe.
No, it's not possible.
Yeah, prove it.
How could it create something that it's already in?
Prove it.
Well, it's just
well, you see, the creation was
possible.
The creation was simultaneous with and co-located within the universe.
Yep. Chuck Norris was born in a log cabin he built with his bare hands. Explain that.
Already in the universe.
It's simultaneous.
Or to create something, it needs some sort of.
It created itself and the universe at the exact same time.
Where did that mind live if not outside the universe?
It didn't exist.
Spaghetti doesn't have a mind.
So it didn't have a mind? So
it didn't exist.
Spaghetti.
It came into existence.
So it came into existence without, so you're saying there wasn't a creator?
No, the spaghetti created the universe at the same. The spaghetti created the universe at the exact same nanosecond that the spaghetti was created.
So when you say created, what do you mean by that?
The spaghetti just appeared. There was no spaghetti, and then there was spaghetti.
It coincidentally was appearing in our universe the same time it was created. That's what you're saying.
You see, the spaghetti willed it into existence.
That is disproven by my analogy.
By what analogy?
Of you winning the lottery 10 billion times in a row?
That wasn't an analogy. That was a hypothetical.
or whatever you want to call it.
Well, I'd like to call it what it was.
You got me there, Jovan. You got me there.
We usually
Debate
do.
Lord over here.
We usually
Debate
do.
Lord got me.
So you admit you don't have any compelling
technically,
evidence for
that's not
God.
an analogy, that's
You
a
admit that your only compelling evidence for God is that we exist, and that's your only compelling evidence for God.
Yeah, the fact that it's impossible for you to exist statistically.
Says who?
Says you.
No, you said it statistically.
You
based
already
on
agreed. If
hold
you won
on,
the lottery 10 million times in a row, there would have to be a cheat.
Dirk. Based on whose statistic?
Based on what do you mean? Whose statistics?
What
statistic? Your human.
You're saying
mind
it's
and
statistically unlikely. Who? Based on what? Whoever said it was.
So you need a study now.
Who
to
did
say
the
that
math?
it's statistically impossible. You need a study for that?
Statistics are math. Who did the math? Like Blitz asked.
I already walked you through the thought experiment.
I didn't ask for a thought experiment. I asked for the math.
Every decision your mother ever made led her to meeting your father. Every decision your father ever made led him to meeting your mother.
No,
And
I
that
just
goes
happened to
all
be
the way
the
back to the
fastest sperm in the tank at the time. There was no decision made. I was just the fastest sperm in the tank at the time.
Yeah, but the very fact that that sperm even existed requires winning the lottery infinite.
No, it doesn't. There just needs to be another faster sperm in the tank.
You're saying that sperm
Wait,
didn't require
so what about all the people that lost the lottery? Wait. What about all the people that lost the lottery? What about all of the people that lost the lottery?
Hello?
Dirk, you're not in charge of the show, Dirk. Dirk, I don't care what you're asking. You're not in charge of the show. What about all the people that lost? Dirk, what about all the people that lost? What about all the sperm that lost the lottery?
They weren't meant to be humans.
Based on what?
By God.
What God? Which God do you believe in, Dirk?
Well, I'm a deist.
Okay, you believe that God's will controls
Of course.
So when I have,
then you're not a deist.
Yeah.
Well,
when
I'm not a deist.
That's not what deism is.
Well, deism is a view about God where God doesn't interfere at all.
Appear on earth in human flesh.
No, that's not what deism is. You don't even know what deism is.
You're a Christian, Dirk.
Explain what I believe then. Give me a label for what I believe.
I think your label would be Christian.
Christian? What are you talking about? I don't believe Jesus Christ is God. How could I be a Christian?
Dirk, because you're not a deist. Deists don't believe that God wills anything in the universe.
So tell me what I am. You're saying I'm not a deist.
I don't know, because you're saying you believe that God controls the universe by an ultimate will. You're probably Catholic. Maybe you're Jewish. I don't know what you are. But your claim is that God...
Catholics also believe Jesus Christ is God, right? You know that?
Catholics don't believe in the Trinity. They believe God and Jesus are separate. So again, I'm just going to...
Catholics don't believe in the Trinity?
Hold on, Catholics definitely believe in the Trinity.
I thought, do I have it the opposite way?
Mormons don't.
Sure. Either way, Dirk, sure. I could be wrong about that. Who cares? Dirk, at the end of the day, deists do not believe that God has any will assertion over the universe.
Deists don't believe... Okay, let's look this up. Is this correct, Dr. Blitz? Or whatever your name. Dr. Blitz, right?
Or whatever my name is. Put some respect on my name. Yeah, it's
someone who believes in a single supreme God as the creator of the universe, but rejects supernatural revelation, miracles, and organized religion. Where in that definition does it say that God has no will over
What do you think enacting his will on the universe is? Would that be a miracle, perhaps?
Well, not in the traditional Christian sense, no.
In any sense?
You're not Christian.
Is that a miracle? I mean, I would consider the creation of the universe in general a miracle, but I don't think that's what deists are saying are miracles.
The general deist position is that there is a divine supernatural being that created the universe and then stopped interacting with the universe afterwards. Basically created it and then just left.
Fucked off.
Okay.
Went
so
to get
you're
some
saying
milk.
I'm not a deist? Tell me what I am then. I mean, if you're not...
We don't know. How would we know what you are?
You could be a generic theist.
You know confidently that I'm not a deist. I mean, I don't really give a shit about...
That's like... Wait. What just happened, Dirk, is like if Blitz offered me a carrot and I was like, I don't like carrots. And he was like, oh, so you don't like carrots? And I was like, yeah, tell me what I do like. How would he know?
What? How is that analogous at all? How is that even...
Are you joking? Are you... He
doesn't understand analogies. We've been over this, Jovan.
Holy shit.
I would have to say
spell analogy, Dirk. Spell analogy.
Hold on. How many How many R's does the word strawberry have?
I'm an LLM. I think there's 2.
Oh yeah, that checks out.
Dirk, if God wills everything in the universe, if I have hardcore gay sex tomorrow, does that mean God wanted me to? Did God will that?
Yeah, absolutely.
God's a pervert.
I don't care if you have gay sex. I know you have gay sex. I don't mind.
God is a bit of. I didn't ask if you would mind. I asked if it was according to God's will. I don't care if you mind it or not. Does he watch me do it?
Of course.
He's
pervert,
everywhere.
Pervert. Why does God watch? Does God watch me poop?
You're way out of believing in a God. I mean,
does God watch me poop?
Of course, yeah.
Pervert.
Why would God not watch you poop?
Pervert. Does he watch me masturbate? Does God watch me? Does God watch me rub one out?
2 minutes that you winning the lottery 10 billion times in a row would require a cheater. Your very existence required many more lottery winners.
Dirk, does God watch me rub one out?
Of course. I mean,
Pervert.
God watches everything. God is the creator of the universe. God is omnipresent in our universe.
Can God do anything?
Can God do anything? Yep. I don't think God could do things that are logically impossible.
Okay, he can do logically possible things. So does God watch everybody get murdered?
Absolutely.
And he could stop it if he wanted to.
He could stop it potentially.
But he doesn't want to, so he doesn't.
Well, I can't give.
So he just watches people. He just watches people consistently getting murdered and does nothing about it, even though he has the power to do something about it.
I mean, this is just more coke on your end.
No, I'm just proving point number 2.
Well, I'm not talking about point number 2.
I know. Well, not even just a Christian God. Your God is also evil.
Well, you could say that. If you think creating the universe with all of its flaws is an evil act, then sure, you could believe that.
Yeah, I absolutely do think creating the universe with all the flaws that we currently have in the physical universe was evil, yes.
Good. But like I said, this is just called cope, and that's a you
Spell
problem,
cope.
not a me problem. Of course it's cope.
Spell cope.
Vagina.
That's not how you spell cope.
Oh, it's not.
No, do you not know how to spell it?
Testii.
Wrong again. You want to try again?
Bro's just practicing his anatomy lesson.
Labia.
You want to try again?
Okay. All right. It's a long word. Trump.
Want to try again?
ISWR.
Want to try again?
TRES.
Dirk, you want to try again?
According
to your real quick, according to your God, Dirk, what is or is not moral?
Well, I think what it is or is not moral is written on your heart.
No, answer the. Okay, I don't give a shit. Bye.
So,
shout out to Gary Rizbiki for booting Dirk. I was just waiting until. Sorry, go ahead, Blitz.
No, I was going to say, I know. I'm no heart surgeon, but I'm pretty sure that if something was written on somebody's heart, that we would know about it.
I should be able to see that on a EKG.
Yeah, right? Or at least a CT scan. Something. Maybe an MRI. It says
Dirk is
don't
really
kill
bad
on your heart or something like that.
Dirk is genuinely really
also,
bad at this.
Not to be that guy, but he definitely had the voice of a 50-year-old.
Oh, he lies.
I would have never guessed he's 2 years younger than me.
He lies all the time. Yeah, no, Dirk.
Oh, okay.
Dirk,
he might actually be 50. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think
Checks
Dirk is
out.
the age he says he is, and I don't think Dirk believes half the shit he says he does. Hence why he can't come up with a argument about any of the stuff he talks about. But that was Dirk. We have other people in the call-in queue that are being screened right now. So once these people get screened, we'll bring them up. Remember, if you have a question for Blitz or myself, super chats are the 100% way guarantee your questions are going to get read. If you want to try to ask them, then when we finish taking calls, we'll allow question calls or office hours as we know them here. And we'll cycle through as many of those we can get through, but we cannot guarantee if you call through office hours that you're going to get through. Shout out to the people that have super chatted so far. Your super chats will be read at the end of stream. Also, Delphinus Dean, thank you for subscribing on Prime for 6 months. And Fisto Roboto, thank you for the gifted sub. All Things Green, thank you for resubscribing for 5 months at tier 1. Thank you guys for supporting this stream. Remember, you can Cash App or Venmo as well. That goes directly to the call-in line so that we can keep the call-in line running with our... it does cost money to have the call-in lines going, so if you want to make sure that we can keep those running, Cash App and Venmo are on the screen. And remember, Twitch, if we do hit our goal, we're gonna give away some merch. So if you want merch giveaways, we gotta hit that.
You have merch?
Yeah, man.
I'm
not wearing any of it right now. I probably should be wearing it. Like my merch should probably be the only thing I wear during stream, but
I just need a shirt that's just like a blackboard with like chalk on it, written in like math. Like people would buy that shit.
No, yeah, probably. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Honestly, I would buy it.
All right. We got another caller now. Here we go. Finally. Up next, coming up onto the stream, we have Simon. Simon thinks there is compelling evidence for God and that the Big Bang Theory points to a God. So let's take Simon. Simon, hello, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, my name is Simon. I'm 25, and I'm a he, him.
Okay. Now, Simon, you think there is compelling evidence for God. Why don't you go ahead and tell us that evidence?
Yeah, so to start off as an introduction for myself a little bit, I grew up with a Buddhist mom and a Christian dad, but my Christian dad was addicted to drugs throughout my entire younger life. So it was really hard for me to find resolution in my belief in Christianity for a long time. I explored spirituality and psychedelics in Buddhism. And for me, I was always thinking about how we got here, what our origin was. I had accepted the Big Bang Theory for a long time, but when I really got into the critical thought behind it, I realized that the Big Bang Theory didn't really explain the origin at all, because if we all got here from a small, dense particle of matter that expanded into the universe that we currently know today, where did that particle of matter come from? And I think the leading theory around that was explored by Stephen Hawking, which was kind of the focal point for his interest in black holes, because the density at the center of a black hole is so incredibly strong that not even light could escape. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the basic theory around the Big Bang is that it is a singular particle of matter that is so hyperdense that it could have been the center of a black hole, which ripped a crack in space-time and pushed itself into a different.
So you do have the Big Bang wrong there, Simon. So I'm gonna let Blitz seems eager to correct on that one.
I'm just very disturbed.
Cool.
No, I'm not disturbed. So look, the Big Bang wasn't a single particle of matter. Also, if you ask cosmologists, these are the people who study this stuff, there is not a consensus that there was genuinely a singularity. There's not even a consensus about what caused it. Stephen Hawking's idea wasn't that it was a black hole, but rather he had an idea from the 80s that it kind of emerged from a non-temporal state of affairs. Or at least that gave rise to inflation, which inflation then gave rise to the Big Bang. But if you're interested, and not to do this, I mean, like, it's not my book. Here's a book I read recently. It's called The Battle of the Big Bang. I'm not shilling for them. It's just a good book. I finished it, like a month ago or something like this. And in it has 25 different, ideas about what caused the Big Bang. And the lovely thing is these are all ideas that are like taken seriously by scientists. There's obviously more. These were just 25 that were picked out for the purposes of the book. And it goes over the evidence for them, why people thought of them, what the history is behind these ideas. And the end result is that there's no consensus. Nobody knows. Nobody has a definitive answer. But I don't see how that at all gets you to a God.
So I can actually explain, because I believe that the truth lies behind a symbol for the truth. In a similar way, the words that we're expressing right now are symbols to the intention behind the words. A word is just a symbol for the meaning that it conveys. And I believe that in a similar way, the Bible is a collection of the symbols for the truth of our existence. If we're looking at God, if we're looking at the Big Bang, at the origin, or some might like to call it source, the source of our existence, the source of what we know to be real, we encounter a paradox that I believe is consistent no matter what perspective you look at it from.
What's the paradox?
The paradox is at the origin of consciousness, at the origin of life, and at the origin of existence as we know it, we encounter the problem of something coming from nothing, life coming from non-life.
Let me ask you a question, Simon. Why can't something come from nothing?
Why can't something come from nothing? Because I think nothing is a concept that doesn't actually exist.
Sure, I agree. But why can't
nothing
something
is just a concept?
Why can't something just materialize? Why does there need to be a cause?
Are you saying why does matter have to exist?
Well, if we're talking about like the universe, sure. Like why couldn't the universe just have always existed? Why does there need to be a start?
Yeah, so you're speaking to eternity and to eternity as a concept, and I believe that eternity as a concept is true. But I think that for us discussing things within the constraints of time, it's important to utilize the constraints that we're in to look at the source of our existence or the truth of our reality. So I do believe in eternity. I believe that creation or existence has simply always been. But I think that when we're looking at our universe, we see a progression of things. We see things live and we see things die. And that progression and that sequence is surprisingly understandable. We're able to look at the sequence and actually see the inner mechanisms and the unfoldings of why these things happen through science. And I think when we're continuing on with the scientific lens, we have to look at explanations. We have to look at the deeper meaning behind things. And I believe that, why do we have to do that?
Yeah, you just keep saying, I believe we need to do this. I believe that this is the case, but you're not expanding upon why.
No, I believe we do it anyways. I believe that as a species, we're curious and we want to know things. We want to know what we can because there's so much we don't know as it stands.
Okay.
I don't believe our thirst
hold on. Can we just start? Let's just start from the beginning. Why does the universe need to have a cause?
Why does the universe need to have a cause?
Yes.
I don't really see that question as hitting because I think that the reality is that the universe has a cause. As we know, as we see it from our universe, from Earth, as we look into the galaxy, we can see that it all has a progression from a certain place. And that's why the Big Bang Theory even exists.
Well, look, the question is,
why
we're talking about the whole universe.
One of the leading arguments that's supported by science.
We're talking about the whole universe, not just the state of affairs of the universe for the last 13.8 billion years. Surely, the universe as it has been for the last 13.8 billion years, that was caused by the stuff before that, right? So the question is there a cause for the universe as a whole? Or are you just saying that there's a cause for like the way things are now?
Well, I'd say there's a cause for our physical reality.
Why?
For the sequence of evolution of our physical reality, because I see that one of your guys' points here is that the universe is billions of years old, and I agree with that.
Well, it says the Earth is billions of years old.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if the Earth is billions of years, the universe is, in relation
The universe is at
trillions,
least that
but
old.
it's eternal. The universe in itself is eternal.
If the universe is eternal and the universe is physical reality, then that means that the universe didn't begin to exist, meaning it doesn't need a cause. At least it doesn't need a creation ex nihilo event.
Yeah, but I believe that our universe is confined within one dimension of the multiverse. If we're speaking from the context of eternity, then we're also speaking about the multiverse, just as part of the discussion.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't have to be true.
Yes,
So
the
what's
multiverse.
your argument? Are you saying that there is no boundary to the universe and that our physical reality as we know it has simply always been?
Could be.
It's very possible.
So what's your argument?
What? You're the one who's supposed to be giving us compelling evidence for God. We're saying there is no, of all the evidence that has been presented to us in my 32 years of life and in Blitz's, I think you said you're also 32. In our 32 years of life, there's been no evidence that's been compelling for God. And just saying, well, I think God is the creator of the universe. You can sub out God for literally anything else because there's no evidence pointing to a God, and especially none pointing to a specific God.
Yeah, it's okay. So it sounds like we're kind of talking about infinity here.
I mean, look, you came
why
on
does there
and
have to be why does there have to be an origin in the context of infinity if our physical reality has always been?
The universe could very well have an origin, but why is that origin God?
So I think that when we're diving into this, we also have to dive into the topic of consciousness and why humans seem to be the only species that has the level of self-awareness that we do.
That we do, but we're not the only species with self-awareness. And we're the only species with the self-awareness that we have that we know of because we can only understand ourselves inside of the human qualia. I don't know what a whale is experiencing, so a whale could very well be experiencing what we are. We just don't know.
Yeah, I believe that almost all organisms have consciousness. And I think that the varying degree in that consciousness is the intelligence that resides within it. And, we can't really see inside the consciousness of other living beings as much as we want to. So we don't really know what their experience is. But I believe that within human beings, we're gifted with an intelligence that is actually the root of the scientific method. And I believe that it enables us to question and to be curious and to seek truth in a really unique way.
Sorry to back up, but you came on and I guess what you told the call screener is that you think that the Big Bang is evidence for God. So why are we now talking about consciousness? Unless you agree
because
that
I believe I believe that spirit came before matter. I think that what came before the Big Bang is consciousness, and I believe that's why the Big Bang points to God. Because from what we can see, as far as our physical reality goes, there's nothing that really explains what this physical reality could even come from except from eternity.
Read the book. There's like 25 different explanations in here.
Well, we're just talking about we're having an intellectual conversation about the argument that I'm trying to point here. And I mean, I can read the book, but we're having a discussion.
Well, you should.
So if you would like, bring up an argument from the book and let's talk about it.
Look, so let me just look. My point is you said that there's no explanation, and I offered you 25 explanations, right? I could just go turn the page and go to the table at the end where they have a list, all of the different models, and I could just tell you about.
So what was what? Give me an explanation then.
Okay, so one model is that we have eternal inflation. This is actually probably the most mainstream model, meaning that you have a you might call it like a multiverse, whatever you want to call it. You have a large universe beyond the observable universe that's almost entirely empty, and then as a result of, and it's existed for eternity, and it's expanding extraordinarily rapidly. And as a result of quantum tunneling, occasionally that extraordinarily rapid expansion will kind of dump its energy into one spot, and a universe will pop out. And this has just been going on forever. So that's one possible explanation for why our universe is here, or why the Big Bang happened. You mentioned Stephen Hawking.
The explanation for the Big Bang is infinity. Is what you're telling me.
You can so there can be explanations that are eternal to the past, but these are still physical explanations, or you can have explanations that are finite in the past. Like, for example, Alexander Vilenkin's model, which essentially starts from some sort of Platonic nothing. All there are laws of physics. There's no space, there's no time, there's no matter. And then it quantum tunnels from nothing to something. And that's another possible explanation.
Yeah, I think what the Big Bang does here is just the concept of the Big Bang is it points to a flaw within our own mind of the inability to fully wrap our head around a paradox, or the very concept of something coming from nothing. Because, I mean, that at the end of the day is the real question that we're all trying to wrap our head around when we're having these conversations. And, you know, all the concepts that we speak to, or all the possible explanations that we speak to on this, at the end of the day are just that. They're just concepts. They're just theories. But when it comes to a solution, as far as that problem of nothing coming from something, or something coming from nothing goes, I think the only real solution to that problem is nothing having never existed, and there having always been something. And I believe
there could have always been inflation, for example, and then you don't need spirit.
I believe that the either eternal existence or the non-existence that we're looking at beyond the Big Bang is the concept of God. I believe that the concept of God is the framing for what we cannot comprehend. Not simply a God of the gaps, but more so a God that creates the lens that we look through. So when we're trying to look through that lens, we're seeing inside of him, but it's really hard for us to comprehend the entirety of it. So, for instance, I believe that the Big Bang points to a mind. Are you guys familiar?
Wait. Why do you believe the Big Bang Theory points to a mind?
I believe the Big Bang Theory points to a mind because I believe that the Big Bang, in a way, is a symbol for a paradox, and I believe that a paradox...
What type of paradox?
I believe that paradoxes in general point to the limit of human cognition. And I believe that
in the Big Bang?
Analyzing the limit of human cognition actually points to the thing beyond human cognition being God.
The Big Bang is not a limit on human cognition, nor is it paradoxical.
I don't think the Big Bang Theory in itself is a limit to human cognition, but I think the concept behind the Big Bang Theory, simply just the question of our origin, is a limit to human cognition.
Apparently not, because plenty of people have proposed competing ideas to try to explain what the origin of the universe is, or if it even has an origin.
But competing ideas aren't testable. They're not grounded.
Oh, they absolutely are. They are testable. Every single one of these is testable, by the way. And in the book, not in the cheat sheet, but in the book, it goes over, when each model is discussed, it goes over the different ways that model could be tested.
Yeah, but none of them are proven.
Sure, but you said that they can't be tested. I'm telling you that they absolutely can be.
So what I'm trying to paint a picture here, and in order for me to create the whole picture for you guys, I have to use, certain colors in different areas and lay the foundation on the canvas, and then start filling in, lines and different shades. But I'm trying to paint a picture here for you guys, because what I'm suggesting is that we can actually test the existence of God right now, in a way.
How?
Because I believe that our minds, our consciousness, this conversation, in a way, is revealing God. Because how? Through expression, through our words.
Simon, something that keeps happening is I'll ask you to expand on something you're saying, and then you'll give an answer that doesn't actually expand on it.
I understand. Just hear me for a moment. So are you guys familiar at all with, like, ancient mysticism? Let me get specific. Are you guys familiar with the Kabbalah?
I'm familiar with ball being life. Sorry, Simon, but it is time that I drop you from the call. You weren't making much sense anyway. So shout out to you. And double shout out to, who was it? Spencer, for paying to move on from Simon.
Let's go, Spencer.
I don't understand what any of that meant. And 20 minutes of listening, and I still didn't understand what any of that meant. Did you? I didn't.
Not really.
Also, shout out to Yemye for the Cash App to curse Dirk to never breed again. We do love the curses. Thank you guys for the super chats. Remember, all super chats are going to be read at the end of stream. So if you have a question for Blitz or myself, put them in a super chat so we can get them there. Okay, Blitz, I see your message. I'm gonna get you added here so that way you can bang. And then you're going to be bang, bang. Okay, you should be good. Do you know what the website is? Oh, you should get an email. You should get an email. You should get an email about it.
Yeah. Click here or visit. Okay, I'm clicking there. Do I have to give my real first name?
No. I don't think so. Maybe. No. I don't know. We have a couple of good calls here. So if you want to keep calling, guys, make sure you call in because we're going to get to everybody in the call-in queue. Just be patient. I promise we're going to get to all of you in the queue. Swear to me.
We'll get to all of them.
Okay, let's take this next one. Seems like it could be a troll, but if it's not, this is going to be a very fun call.
Do I click host show?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Whoa.
And now you should see all the calls. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to pick this up.
Do it if you want to spend a lot of money.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that later.
It's not cheap. Okay, let's take the next call. Again, we're going to take this call. Could be a troll. I'm calling it now. If it's a troll, I'm going to drop them. Next up is Hagen. Now, Hagen does not think the Earth is billions of years old and thinks that it's 2026 years old. So let's see if that's true. Hagen, if you can hear me, provide me your age and pronouns, please.
18 and he, him.
Okay, now Hagen, there's no way you think the Earth is 2026 years old, right? That was a joke, right?
Yeah, it's 2025. There was no 0 AD.
I'm being serious.
You're being serious.
You know that there was no 0 AD, right?
I believe in AC and like BC, all that. But I believe that it's 2026 years old.
How can you believe in BC?
In the scripture, it says it starts at 0.
Wait. Do you think that there was time before Jesus was born?
No.
Nothing happened before Jesus was born.
How old was Mary?
No, I believe there was nothing before Jesus was born.
How old was Mary? when Jesus was born?
Hold on, I have my Bible up real quick.
This is for real, man?
Yes, sir.
Look, Mary was like 14 or 16 or something like this. So, like, did Mary not exist when she was 10?
That's not legal.
You're right,
Okay,
it's not legal.
This has to be a troll at this point. Not a good one,
Yeah, I
but a
think it
troll.
is.
I'm not. I'm just fucking stupid. But where is it?
Your mic, by the way, Blitz is doing that thing extra hard right now.
It's got to be on your end. I don't know what to tell you otherwise.
Nope, it just stopped now all of a sudden.
Well, I stopped talking, so.
38:22.
This is for real, man. You're not trolling.
No.
Oh.
So Mary didn't come into existence until Mary just poofed into existence pregnant with Jesus.
Well, I think it was like a couple years before Jesus was born, really. Because, like...
So wait. If there was a couple years before, then the Earth is at least 2000...
30,
what,
maybe?
30 years old?
Yeah, something like that.
Was Moses real?
Well, that was after Jesus. That was after he was
That
born.
was before Jesus.
Moses was like
Moses
was like a long time before Jesus.
Like King David. Jesus is supposed to have descended from King David.
Oh, wait.
Which would have been like 1,000 years before Jesus.
Yeah, you're right. My bad, you're right.
So, like...
But... Wait, you actually got a point. Shit.
It's got to be a troll, right?
Do you believe... Let's... Okay. You're wrong about the Earth being 2026 years old. Okay, let's just throw that out there. Plenty of history existed before Jesus Christ existed, okay? Do you believe everything the Bible says? Like, when you read the Bible, you believe, like, what the Bible is telling you is truth? Old and New Testament?
Literally everything.
That's crazy. In 2025? No, it's not even 2025. It's 2026.
But I was raised around Christianity, all that, and then I kind of like faded off from it. And then kind of got back on that route. So I used to be addicted to a bunch of substances, all that. But now I'm clean because of Jesus Christ. You know.
What?
But my statement,
confused.
I believe it's 2026 years old. And then, because nowhere in the Bible it says it's not.
Yeah, no, the Bible directly contradicts being... Hold on. The Bible would make the assumption that the Earth is like 6,000 years old. Not 2026. That is just AD.
Do you know what verse it is?
Well, it wouldn't be based on a verse. It'd be based on when we know things happened in like Old Testament and stuff, like ancient Egypt, right? They would trace it. We would know that Moses existed, so we would go at least back to ancient Egypt.
Yeah, but my thing is like it has to be 2026 year old, right? Because first of all, like, when did we start the calendar? Oh wait, my dumb ass. Shut up, Lane.
I'm just wondering if is the troll gonna drop at some point and you're just waiting to drop the punchline? Because at this point it won't hit because we called you out on it. So I'm just so confused.
I'm not trolling.
Then you genuinely believe the Earth is 2026 years old?
Yeah.
What does AD stand for when we say like 2026 AD? What does that stand for? After death of who?
No, it doesn't stand for that.
It doesn't, but it still works anyway.
It doesn't stand for that. It stands for Anno Domini.
Oh, this one I've always been taught it was after death.
I don't know who taught you that, brother.
My mom and dad, they fucking rednecks.
Okay.
But like you went to
They don't
school,
know
right?
shit.
I don't think so. I don't think he went to school.
Like to like middle school.
No, I'm still in school.
Okay, Hagen, this
In
has to
middle
be
school?
this has to be a bit, bro. Like, brother, there's no wait. No, he says he's 18. What year did you turn
Yeah,
18?
I know, but he said he's still in school.
Huh?
Hagen, what year did you turn 18?
2025.
Okay, just checking.
I turned 18 Christmas Day, so
Same day as Christ. You were born in the same day as Christ?
He has risen.
ooh, well, actually, I believe Jesus wasn't born on Christmas Day.
That would be correct. That would be a correct
Because like,
belief.
why
That's not what
would
it
the
says in the
shepherds
Bible.
be out
Okay.
if it was cold?
Using that brain there is good. Use it with regards to the rest of the book.
Wait. Is the way he used it good, though? He said, why would the shepherds be out if it was cold?
Yeah, that's great. The
Like
sheep
if
would
it
be
was
indoors.
winter, why would they be out herding sheep?
Where was Jesus born?
In like not a shed.
No, like
What is it called?
geographic location in the earth.
Israel, I believe. No, Bethlehem.
Okay. How
Sorry.
cold do you think it gets in Bethlehem in the winter?
Cold, like in the tens, like teens, probably
You
something
think
like that.
in the desert, in the winter, it gets down to the tens. How were they surviving when there
Yeah.
was no heat? Like they didn't have heaters in Jesus' time. How were they living?
Like, they would like cut the wool off of sheep, kind of use it.
They would cut
like
the wool
blankets
off of
and shit.
sheep. Yeah. And where would those sheep be in the winter?
Dead. They would freeze to death. No.
So, by the way, the
Such a
average
bad
temperature in
troll.
Bethlehem in December varies between the between the mid 40s and the high 60s. So it's a little chilly. You're not gonna die.
This has to be a bit, bro. Like,
It's
it's not
gotta
even
be
a
a
good bit.
I'm,
Like,
I'm just very uneducated, if I'm being honest.
okay, what
I skipped a lot
you
of
know
high
what?
school.
So you believe everything you skipped high school, but you're still in school? Oh, like you skipped
I
school,
skipped most
like you
of
didn't
high
go
school.
to, like you didn't go to class.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your favorite story of the Bible?
My favorite story in the Bible, the resurrection.
You know what my favorite story in the Bible is? When God has Moses give 16,000 child sex slaves to the leaders of the Israeli army.
Wait, where is that in the
Numbers.
verses?
Numbers.
Numbers.
Also, if
Hold
we're
on,
on in
I'm
your
trying to find
background,
numbers.
you got to turn it off, man. The echo is. It's Numbers 31
Hey, like-
specifically, if you want the specific Bible book.
31.
Yeah.
Like, they're asking you to turn that off because there's an echo. Thank you.
Yeah,
31.
my favorite part of Numbers 31, after killing all the Midianite people, Moses says to his armies to take the women children that are virgins for yourself. Keep them. Keep those women children virgins. They're yours now. Kind of weird.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I never know that.
Have you read the Bible?
Well, Well, that didn't happen because that was before, Jesus was born.
Also,
Like,
probably
all of the
didn't happen
Bible
because
every now and then, I'm not, like-
Moses, like, most likely didn't exist. So,
Like, I don't read the Bible much. Yeah, I just read it occasionally
why do you believe in it?
because it's how I've been raised. Like, I've been raised around Christianity, all that.
Could you have been raised
So it's
wrong?
just
Do you
kind of been
think?
like, there's a chance.
There's a
but-
chance.
I'm just going with my family's grace, like what they believe in. 'Cause it's
If
just-
my
it
family,
feels natural.
if my family believed in like a giant fire breathing dragon who ascends down every New Year's Day to cull the earth of all the Danes, for example, like, would you
Based?
fault me for not believing in that?
No, like it's just
No,
because
right?
I
'Cause
had my encounter.
You had an
I had an
encounter.
encounter like a couple of weeks ago. So
But
I'm sitting in my room. I just wake up randomly. It was like 3:24 in the morning, and it's just this bright light in the middle of my room. I didn't know what it was.
Was
So
the light
I'm
on?
thinking it was either. No, it was my light was off, no LEDs on, just pitch black, and it's just a bright light just floating.
could you have been, and forgive me for asking this, I mean it in total good faith, dreaming, perhaps, asleep, maybe?
No, I don't think I was asleep because I could move around and feel things.
I feel
Like-
things in my dream all the time. I once had
No,
a
like,
dream that
physically-
I was floating in water and I woke up and peed myself. So we feel things in dreams all the time.
Yeah, fair point. But it's just like my room was the exact same, like 1-to-1. In
The-
my dreams, I don't have normal dreams at all.
The room
shit's
you
fucked
see
up.
every day of your life happened to be the same in your dream. Damn, who would have guessed
No.
that?
I'm rarely in my room. I'm either at work or school. in
I'm
my
sorry.
room to sleep.
Are you
That's
telling
it.
me you've not looked at your when you go into sleep? Do you go in with your eyes closed? Just hit the bed.
The lights are already off.
Well, that's why you didn't know.
Yeah, they usually
Wait, that's
are,
why you didn't
actually.
know what the light was, because usually you're in your room in the dark. So you didn't know what the light was. It was
No.
just like your lamp.
I
It was
love lamp.
sitting, like at my desk, like in the chair.
There was a light sitting at your desk in the chair.
Yes.
And then
It was-
Selena
it was
Gomez
actually
showed
kinda
up,
weird.
and then you woke up.
Then the what?
Huh?
Then the what
It was
showed up?
Sofia Vergara, by the way.
It makes more sense. W. I just, Hagen, I don't think you have enough knowledge on the Bible to have these conversations, but like, I don't understand why you're going to just continue believing in something you don't know about just because your parents did. It just seems like,
Well, as I said earlier, it's my encounter with like whatever that was.
what did the light say to you?
It didn't say anything. It just sat there
So how do you know it was God and not an alien?
because it felt peaceful.
Could have been a peaceful alien.
Like I wasn't stressed. No, aliens aren't real.
Honestly,
But
do you know what it sounds
I-
like, Hagen? It
I'm
sounds like you
peaceful.
almost died in your sleep.
I usually do that. I have sleep apnea. I die a lot, but it was just sitting there.
I've gone so far as to not think
sitting
this
there.
is a troll.
I'm not a troll, I swear.
Said I have sleep apnea.
I think you're telling the truth, to be honest.
Yeah, no way.
Can I do something? No, I'll just stop breathing in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I know what sleep apnea is. I used to be a sleep apnea technician. I know exactly what it is. Maybe, do you think you might have stopped breathing and seen
Seen the light?
a light, like you were going to die, and then you woke up because you started breathing again and the light went away?
No, it was just sitting there. It like I could not move, could not talk.
Homie,
Damn, you couldn't breathe.
you had sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
That's what that is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually, I think that's pretty common if you have sleep
Can
apnea.
you treat
right?
it?
Can sleep paralysis be treated? Kind of. Sleep paralysis was not on my medical list to give to patients of a side effect of sleep apnea. It was never on there, but it could be.
They are significantly linked. Yeah.
Homie had
It could
sleep
be the
paralysis.
steroids I'm taking.
I'm back to thinking it's a troll again.
That could be it. No, I'm not.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Hagen? Can you start deconstructing? We've proven here that you didn't see. You don't know what the word deconstructing means? Let's say I have
90% of high school.
Let's say I have a building and I deconstruct that building. What do you think I'm doing? I'm not constructing it. I'm deconstructing it.
Oh, taking it apart.
Yes.
I'm so smart, Lane.
Now let's. Can we now deconstruct from your religious beliefs?
No, like, I believe, like, the Bible is true, real, everything in the Bible is true.
You know that there's no archaeological evidence to show that there were Jewish slaves at the time of the Exodus in the Bible? Like, none has ever been found? Like, it's actually most likely
that was
they don't.
before Jesus was born. It's not real.
You're right. It was before time. My bad.
How could there be slaves if there was no time?
Okay, well, Hagen, I don't know what to say, man. I thanks for the entertainment, I guess.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
I don't think he was trolling. I think he might have been that dumb.
I don't think he was either, and that's actually like kind of worrying.
I should have asked where it was from. Oh wait. We asked it from Texas. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, well, 219-327-8005. We have a bunch of callers today standing by. We're going to get to all of you, I promise. Just to do our Cass sent, thank you for the Cash App sent to Kick, but we'd already kicked the person I think that you sent that for. So you can have a free one, Cass. You just got to find some way to let me know. So like let a mod know that you want to use your Kick later and we'll still go through with it. Let me see. Both. Okay. Shout out to RTP for the raid. What up if you're still here from RTP stream? And shout out to Lisa is Learning for the raid. So if you're here from Lisa's stream, sorry I didn't shout you guys out, but you raided mid debate and I don't like to do my housekeeping until after. Welcome in. If this is your first time here, hi, hello. If this is not your first time here, welcome back. Irana Rotten, thank you for resubscribing with Prime for your third month. And that's the only sub stuff on that. Remember, if you send a super chat, I've got all the super chats so far that have been sent on YouTube. We're going to read those at the end of stream. So if you have a question for Blitz, now is the time to send those super chats to get those questions in. And we're going to move to our next call. How you feeling? Blitz? Still feeling good?
Okay. I might need another cup of coffee at some point, but I'm good.
We got 6 calls in the queue right now, which is...
It works for me. Look, it's not my stream, so I can be goofy as hell, and I don't have to worry about not coming off as patient and kind.
No, it's cool. I'm usually goofy as well. We're going to bring our next guest. Next up on the stream, we have Cameron. Now, Cameron thinks there is evidence for God. Cameron thinks that evolution, as proposed by Darwin, is actually flawed. So let's bring Cameron up. Cameron, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, I'm 19 and he, him words.
Okay, now Cameron, just confirming here, you think that the theory of evolution as proposed by Charles Darwin is flawed, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, Cameron, the floor is yours. Tell us why.
So I grew up agnostic. I never believed in religion, but then recently this was proposed to me by one of my coworkers, and I've been looking at many sources from scientists, through history, and especially lately, I know this has been a huge topic. So, looking at the Institute of Creation Research, a specific researcher named Henry Morris says that evolution simply cannot happen, and there are multiple reasons for that. Mostly, a lot of people's basis of evolution comes from fossil and DNA evidence, but there's almost no fossil evidence that shows change. It only shows like small changes of physical features, of course, but it doesn't show like the bridge between, for example, Neanderthals and humans, or even ape-like creatures like chimpanzees and humans.
You're talking about the guy who founded the ICR, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was he was not a biologist, right? He's a hydraulic engineer.
That's fine. You don't need to be a biologist to consolidate research, I don't think.
Well, you would expect that, like, if a biologist is going to make the claim, or if a person is going to make the claim that, like, all of modern biology is incorrect, that they would have some degree of expertise in the field to evaluate that.
I mean, that's...
By the way...
That's probably... Yeah.
And I mean, like, that's fine, like, but would you really expect fossils to show change? Because fossils are, like, dead organisms. How would you ever see change in a fossil? A fossil is a single organism. It's not changing over time.
Well, fossils would change over time. I mean, if supposedly chimpanzees or other ape-like creatures evolved into humans, you should see the difference between their fossil structure, because obviously the bones of a chimpanzee are not the same as human bones.
Well, humans didn't come from chimpanzees, first of all. But second, we do have a record of different fossils that show change over time. But a single fossil, of course, a single fossil isn't going to show change over time. It's a single fossil.
Well, yeah, a single fossil obviously wouldn't.
Okay, so that's fine. I was just clarifying that. I mean, like, are you familiar with Tiktaalik? Is this something that you've heard of?
Say that again?
It's called Tiktaalik. It's the name of an organism that was discovered. So Tiktaalik was it was an organism that was discovered in the 90s, I want to say. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. Yeah, so back in the 90s, there was a question of how land animals evolved, because there were the claim is that there were fish, and those fish evolved into land animals. That was the claim prior to the 90s. And so there was a pair of evolutionary biology researchers. Actually, I think that they were paleontologists, but they made the prediction that if it's true that tetrapods, these are animals that walk on land, evolved somewhere around 350 to 375 million years ago, because that's when we started first seeing animals appearing on land, then they should be able to go look in the fossil record and go find an animal that's like half fish, half four-legged animal. And not only did they make the prediction that it would be at a certain layer in the rock, like roughly 375 to 380 million years ago, they also made a prediction that it should be found in a particular place, in a particular kind of sediment, because that's the place where it would be most likely to be found, just based off of the morphology of what they would expect for an animal that was between fish and amphibians. And lo and behold, they went and they looked in the exact spot that they thought it would be in the exact layer that they thought it would be in, and they found the fossil of Tiktaalik, which is, you can Google it, it's Tiktaalik.
Yeah, I found it.
They found the quote-unquote missing link between fish and land animals exactly where they predicted it would be. That seems like a success of the Darwinian model of evolution.
Okay, so hold on. So along that same premise, the Darwinian concept that I'm opposing is how rapid evolution takes place, specifically. And it doesn't...
So millions of years?
Hold on, I'm reading what...
Millions of years is rapid?
I wouldn't say not all evolution was said to occur over millions of years, though.
Wait, isn't that Darwin's claim, though?
Yeah.
Like, Darwin's claim is that evolution is a long process. Cameron. Oh, he hung up.
Oh, bummer.
Let's call him back. Didn't seem like a purposeful hang up. See if he answers.
Sorry, they called you.
Yep, nope, you're good. We didn't think it was on purpose, so we were like, yeah, we'll call back. We'll see.
Yeah, okay. So, no, I was silent for a minute. I was reading. So the Tiktaalik evolved allegedly from other four-finned fish, but it doesn't add up how, especially specifically, invertebrates evolved into vertebrates. Because how do you go from something that has an exoskeleton to something that has an endoskeleton? You know, how do you move the hard surfaces
That
from
wasn't
the outside to the inside?
That wasn't the route. The route went from cartilaginous fish to bony fish, right? It didn't go from exoskeleton to endoskeleton. It went from not having a skeleton, only having cartilage inside, to having bone inside.
Because, I didn't know that. Because a lot of theories of evolution that I've read stated that it came from, like, especially the earliest forms of life, like much smaller creatures than fish, came from.
So, like, fish, not all fish had bones, right? In fact, sharks still don't have bones.
Yeah.
So, like bugs, the things with exoskeletons, those are on a separate evolutionary lineage. We diverged from them a long time ago.
So are you claiming fish were the first evolutionary species after, like, I don't remember the exact name, but like multi-celled organisms?
You know, there's actually a great website that you can go to called OneZoom. It's onezoom.org. And basically they have a tree, like a tree of life. And on that tree of life, you can basically just figure out where on the tree each thing split off from each other, etc. It's like a really, really nice resource. I would recommend it to everybody.
Are there sources for these on OneZoom?
I would imagine so, yeah. We can go find it if you want. But this is like an educational thing. So if we look for where bugs branched off from, where bugs and vertebrates branched off. So I'm zooming in. So what do we have? We have bugs there. Okay, so where do we have bugs? We have a whole bunch of worms. Okay, so we have bugs, kind of some myriapods there, some spiders there. But yeah, you got to keep zooming in. There's insects. Insects are like, you know, little guys. Oh, and it crashed. Oops.
Oh, what your
Yeah, the website. So you got to zoom in a good while before you actually find, you know, birds and animals and so on. But if you're looking for like where the split happened like 560 million years ago between birds and like bugs. So, like, yeah, those things split a long time ago. And
there's just a sort of gray area where, you know, how you get from something with 1 to even, you know, 4-digit amounts of cells to something that is fully respirating and things like that. Through different
It just sounds like
systems.
it just sounds like this is an incredulity argument. You're just saying, I don't understand it, so how could it have happened? Like, go take an evolutionary biology class.
It's not that I don't understand it. I'm just looking for clarification. You know, like what is the proof that actually happened, and that life on this planet did not. Like, I'm not completely arguing against evolution. I'm just arguing against evolution as we know it.
Well, yeah, but that's why that's kind of what I wanted to ask then. Like, do you believe in creationism?
I do think that life cannot come from nothing. You know, it's a simple law of thermodynamics. You know, energy always existed and it can only grow. It can't come from nothing, though.
Interesting.
Evolution doesn't posit that life comes from nothing.
I think a law of thermodynamics is one that evolutionists support very strongly, and I think it directly contradicts the fact that life can come from nothing.
Evolution isn't about life coming from nothing. Furthermore, thermodynamics favors the development of life as opposed to opposing it.
How would it favor the creation of life though? Like how can carbon support life? I don't understand that part.
I don't know what you mean by how can carbon support life, but the second law of thermodynamics states that a closed system is going to have its entropy increase, and life is very, very good at increasing entropy faster than it would happen if there were no life present. So
Yeah.
life, in fact, is an entropy-producing machine, which is exactly in line with the second law of thermodynamics. You would expect such a thing to arise.
So what is life as we know it then? Let me be more specific.
Cells
I
with
don't know what that
DNA in
means.
them?
Yeah. Let me try and word this. So, life coming from cells, the first life, like what separates like thermic energy from life? Actual living, breathing life. Where does that happen, and how does that happen?
I don't
not
Did you say
created.
thermic energy?
I don't know what you're asking.
Like, say the sun gives off energy, right? And that the energy is what supposedly facilitated the creation of life, right?
Yeah,
Energy
sure.
from the
That and like
universe?
volcanic stuff.
So
Yeah,
how
also
does
internal energy
said
from Earth.
how does said energy turn into what we know as life?
Well, look, I mean, surely you understand. First of all, evolution has nothing to say about the origins of life. So what you're asking about is not about evolution. It's about abiogenesis. But more than that, surely you understand that, like, in order for a certain chemical reaction to happen, sometimes you need to get those chemicals hot, right?
Right.
And so it's totally plausible that, of course, you're going to need energy from the sun in order for certain chemical reactions that we know of as life to happen. That's not so surprising.
That makes sense. Because I've recently just started researching this topic. I never was an opposer of evolution or the biogenesis, as you said just now. People have been trying to convince me, so I appreciate your refute, because it's showing me that maybe they're wrong.
So look, my advice would be, if you're going to learn stuff about evolution, go find an evolutionary biologist. Don't go to a chemical engineer who was a biblical literalist.
If you want, I don't know when the next time. Hold on, let me go check the schedule, because Forrest Valkai is an evolutionary biologist and can take this call the next time he's on the line. Let me just see when his next...
Also, probably Gutsick Gibbon. I think she's an anthropologist, but she knows the evolutionary biology really well.
What's today? Friday?
Today is Friday.
Yeah. Okay. So literally Friday, next time Forrest is going to be on is, oh God, he's not going to be on for a while, actually. Not until Monday the 12th. He'll be on Skep Talk. But like I said, if you want to talk to like an actual evolutionary biologist, that's what he does. Like that's his...
I mean, alternatively, you could just go to your local university. Every large city in the country has one. Go to your local university, search up their biology department. Somebody will be on the evolutionary biology subfield, and then go to their office hours. Email them first, but nerds love talking about their field of study.
True.
Okay. Sounds like a plan then. Thank you.
All right. Well, did you have any other things for us, Cameron? Like, did you want to talk about like your like Christianity or anything like that, or was it just about evolution?
I mean, if the line is open, I don't mean to take away from other people's time. I just love to get new information.
Like, what can I just ask you? What, because you said you do believe in God, correct?
I don't believe in Christian God. I acknowledge the fact that there is a lot of unexplained in our time that supposedly goes back to an all-knowing being of some sorts.
Okay.
Whether that be the first touch of religion that I had was with someone of Islam faith when I was in high school, and he would often talk to me about the prophecies of Islam and how they add up. And then I started, doing more research and surrounding myself with more people, especially of Christian faith, that tried to explain many things to me. And they even, a lot of people like to quote that many scientists of our time that are very popular, like Isaac Newton and Galileo, even have quotes of their unknowingness pointing to God. But I don't know how true those are.
I mean, Isaac Newton believed in God, but he also believed in alchemy. So,
Right.
I don't know. Like, you can have really smart people who get things wrong sometimes.
That's true, yeah. And I just, a lot of people, I guess Christianity in a way is, kind of saying it's true because we said it's true, and then here's the proof that we made, right? So, I don't know. I guess that keeps me staying on the fence, and that's why I will probably remain agnostic for most of my life. But I appreciate you guys' input on biogenesis and evolution.
All right. Well, no problem, man.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Well, that was that was that was that caller.
Something. It was something. I mean, like, he seemed curious.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's go through our hey nows and who's a what's its and all that jazz. Let's see what we got. We have not gotten any other tips, so looks like Twitch isn't winning merch today. Remember, Twitch, if you want some merch, I would be willing, because we have Blitz here, to give a sweatshirt away today. So if y'all want to win a free sweatshirt, we got to hit that live goal. Shout out to everybody on YouTube that has been super chatting. We are going to read those super chats at the end of stream. Make sure if you have questions, the way we're going to do the Q&A, the office hours portion, is we're going to do a question call, then a Q&A super chat, and then back and forth until we run out of time. So the only way to guarantee your question gets asked is super chat. If you're going to try to call in, you might get it, but we'll find out. I just read that. Did Jimmy cheat on the mugs? Too bad. I do have a PayPal. If you're on Twitch, just click the donate thing and you can donate via PayPal there. It's also in my link tree. Let me, what else did we have? Durf Figler. Thank you for subscribing with Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Over on YouTube, CJ Woodward, thank you for becoming a tier 1 member for your second month. Shout out to you. I think that's all of our, if you're watching on Facebook or Instagram, you should come over to the Twitch, man. Like, it's just a better place to be. Damn, we have so many calls. Okay, Taylor sent a Venmo. Let me read it. Taylor, thank you for the Venmo. Said I'm trying. Taylor wants to get that giveaway going. It's okay whether we hit it or not. I'm still gonna love you guys. Remember, anything you send via Cash App or Venmo gets pumped right back into the call-in system. It does cost a pretty penny. Just so you know, I'll give you guys a little insight. We've already used $15 today in the call-in system, and we haven't even gotten through all the calls. So call-in system ain't cheap. Let's bring up the next person though. Actually, let me pee first. Blitz is gonna talk to chat for like 2 minutes while I go pitter patter. Let's get at her.
I'm just gonna shout slurs for like 10 minutes.
Do it. You won't. No balls.
I won't. I'm a coward. Don't worry. I won't just shout slurs. I am not slur friendly. It is not who I am. All right. So we need to talk about why does Okay, so why does Jovan have an infinity gauntlet? Never seen that before. I'm just not convinced that he has he has good intentions for us, right? I don't know, anybody with an infinity gauntlet sounds like they're gonna snap. Oh, also, everybody, make sure if you're going to send a super chat, like, you don't have to do this, but if you're going to send a super chat, make sure to do hashtag ILL at the end, or hashtag I love lamp, or hashtag ET or EBTLL, enlightened by the lava lamp. It'll just confuse the hell out of them. It'll be very funny. So make sure to do that if you're going to send a super chat, or just like spam it in the chat. It's a great thing to do. You know, we're forming our own pantheon, our own cult here. So, and Jovan doesn't know about it. So just make sure to confuse Jovan. It just references to lava lamps, the Illuminati, who are the chosen by the lava lamp. You can reference Leviticus, any of the chapters from Leviticus and its good laws that it has in there. You can reference the Gospel of Matthew. Just anything about lava lamps, okay? You can reference how the lava lamp is transubstantiation between the wax in the lava lamp and then actual lava. That's what happens when you plug in a lava lamp. So these are all things that you should do. Very funny. Definitely do this. Jovan will be very confused. And nobody spoil the game, okay?
You know my headphones were on.
Rats.
I could hear you while I peed.
Well, we tried. Why do you leave your headphones on while you pee? That's
so I can keep track of stream. What if something happened and you were like, oh shoot, Jovan, something went wrong. I would have to run back here mid piss. I'd have to stop the stream.
Would you have done that though?
No, God no.
So then what's the point?
Okay, let's That's so funny. Okay, let's bring up the next caller. Oh, gosh. Home of Echoes, thank you for subscribing on Prime. Okay. Coming up to the show next, we have, or actually look at the call. Are there any of these, take the number that's up on the side. Are there any of these that interest you, Blitz? Let's do it that way.
I mean, they're all pretty interesting. I mean, you know, it would, wait, oh, so some people have been waiting for far longer.
Oh yeah, we should probably take the person that's been waiting an hour just to not be an asshole. All right, coming up to the show, we got Gabe. Gabe wants to talk about Christian God being evil. So Gabe, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Hi, I'm 21 and he, him.
Okay, now Gabe, are you Christian yourself?
Kind of, yeah. Like academically agnostic, practically Christian, I'll say.
What does that mean?
If that makes any sense. Like if you push me, I will say like the real answer is I don't know. But like practically when I think about how I have to live, I'm going to live as a Christian.
How does one live as a Christian?
I guess for me that means being part of a community that tries to follow the teachings of Jesus. That can mean a lot of different things for a lot of different people, which is kind of where I'm getting at with my my one critique.
Do you hold belief?
What you guys are saying.
Really quickly, do you hold belief in Christ? Like in Christ's divinity? Do you hold belief in that?
Not strongly. I'm gonna say agnostic on that.
Okay, so what would be the drive to be a Christian over something like a Buddhist, perhaps?
Mainly just cultural, because it's what I've grown up in. It's what I think is socially the easiest way to live with the people I'm around, and like it makes a lot of things easier when having discussions and debates about politics and stuff like that in the area that I am.
Do you believe God is real?
Pretty agnostic, but I think there's some decently compelling evidence. It depends on what your
The problem would be that
idea of God is.
Yeah, the problem is just there's not much for us to debate, right? If you're agnostic on God, if you don't believe, like when I talk about the Christian God being evil, I'm operating off of a biblical truth. So if the Bible is true, I can also argue off of just like God's nature. But if you don't really necessarily believe in God, if you're pretty agnostic on it, then there's not really much to debate.
I think there is, because you said the Christian God is evil based on biblical truth, correct?
If you believe in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah. So here's my issue with that is every different book of the Bible is written by a different author with a different interpretation of God. Like they contradict each other. So which Christian God are you saying is evil? Are you
the one who
saying
talked
the
to
Christian
Moses?
God presented
The one who
talked
spoke
to Moses?
Yeah, the one who spoke to Moses.
Okay, and in that case, we would agree. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of different nuances you can bring to the table there when talking about God.
Yeah, I mean, we essentially agree though. So there's not much. Like I said, there's nothing really going to be for us to debate about.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But the next call,
thank you for everything you do.
Just so you know, the next call that we're going to take is somebody that disagrees. So if you listen to the next call, you'll be able to get the actual stance and everything.
Okay, I'd be interested to hear. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for calling, Cameron. Sorry that you waited an hour, 9 minutes for not much of a debate at all.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for everything you do. I've been following you for a while, and I like a lot of your content, so keep up the good work.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Okay.
Sometimes
right.
sometimes office hour calls get through to non-office hour times, but it's okay. We'll just reset because the next but before I do, shout out to Jesus Kwalancioja. I know I fucked that up. Thank you so much for the PayPal. We're almost halfway to our goal for the free merch. Like I said, I will do a sweatshirt today. So I'll do a sweater. If we hit our merch giveaway, because we got Blitz here, we will give away a sweater. I don't know which one, but I'll give away a sweater from my merch store. So 219-327-8005 if you want to debate. We still got the calling lines are open, so there's still plenty of space. Coming up next to the show, we have Jason. Now, Jason does think the Christian God is good and does not think the Christian God is evil and wants to debate about that. Jason, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hi, 35, he, him.
All right. Now, Jason, you are Christian, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And you believe the Christian God to be good?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I don't have any other standard by which to call anything good or bad other than God's will.
You couldn't make a judgment call on your own?
No.
Why not?
Because it would just be personal preference at that point.
Wouldn't dictating it to God just be God's preference?
That's a good point that a lot of people bring up. I don't believe that it is damning to my position because I believe that right and wrong are essentially, baked into the fabric of reality. That God created the universe such that doing some things would be good or bad, and it's kind of like the source code of reality. That's the analogy I would give, and I think that is borne out by, Genesis chapter 1.
So it's a little puzzling because you say that you can only judge good or bad against God's standard, but like in theory, like it's at least hypothetically possible that the God that exists is actually like fundamentally evil. For example, imagine a God that created a universe and then just filled it with people in immense horrific suffering for all of eternity. But it seems like by your standard, you would have to say that that's good because it's what, it's in line with God's will.
Well, the thing about that is that if God did that, and that's how he like set the variables of the source code of the universe such that this is good and that's bad, then yeah, that would be, I'd have to bite that bullet, philosophically speaking. But I don't believe that's the way God is, and I don't think that's the way the universe is.
Why has God changed his mind about what is or is not good?
I don't believe he has.
Do you believe slavery to be good?
Not of the, man-stealing kind, but yeah, according to the scripture, that kind of slavery is just.
Well, the slavery from the Bible is man-stealing.
I don't agree with that.
Or girl stealing. Also girl stealing.
Specifically child girl stealing.
Let me
ask you a question. When Moses slaughtered the Midianite people and took women, children, or as we would know them, girls, and only the virgins, and God said, keep them for yourselves and split them up between the priests and the leaders of the Israeli army, that's not theft of a person?
Okay, first of all, we got to define what theft means before we can say what theft of a person is.
Taking a human without their consent is what I would say theft of a person is.
Well, you can take things without people's consent, but like, for example,
isn't that what stealing is?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that just by definition what stealing is?
Well, no, it depends on who has the authority to grant access to that thing, right? So like I could go to my friend's house and take a Coke from his fridge, and you could, for whatever reason, say, I don't consent to you doing that, but my friend's okay with it, so your consent doesn't actually matter.
Because
I don't own the Coke.
Yes, but God owns everything. So it's his decision.
So it's okay that God allowed Moses, or not only allowed him, but told him to take a bunch of virgin girls, young girls, they would have been around 13 at the oldest, and give them to grown men to become sex slaves. That's okay because God said it's okay to do.
I don't think you're correct in saying that they took them to become sex slaves.
What else would be the reason for keeping virgins as opposed to keeping the young boys? They didn't keep the baby boys. They only kept the girls. What would be the reason?
They also didn't keep the young women who were not virgins.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they were. It was taking them so that they would be available for marriage, because fornication is forbidden in the Old and the New Testaments. So if you want to call like taking people sex slavery, if you're going to like force them to marriage, that's another bullet I got to bite. And I don't have any standard by which to call that wrong. God said so. I believe it's right.
But look, if God okay, hold on. We got to do this, Jovan. Look, let's say that you had a reliable source of knowing that God was speaking to you personally. Let's say that Jesus came back, he showed up in your living room, and you verified with 100% certainty that, that was actually Jesus. And then Jesus told you to go to your next door neighbor who, suppose that they have children, take their children, grind them up into baby paste, and then make hot dogs out of them and eat them. Would you say that that's good?
Definitionally, yes.
Okay. I just don't know what you mean by good then. It seems like good is not a moral standard. It's just whatever God says.
I'd say you're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit. The extreme hypothetical you just gave was, extreme to test the limits of my argument here, and you were fair to do so. But I don't think it's that God's will is what makes things good or bad. I think he made things good or bad at the beginning, and then his will is that we conform to that. And the only way we know what good or bad are is when he tells us.
So wait. Here's a non-extreme hypothetical. I'm just going to give you a hypothetical based on something God has already done. So if God told you to slaughter babies that are boys, just slaughter them, would you do that?
I would hope that I would have the fortitude to obey God.
Look, here's a problem with this particular type of morality. Well, it's essentially divine command theory. The problem is that there's no way to determine what is the true command, right? If under your interpretation, or if your communication with God says that you should go build a bridge, I don't know, that it's good to build a bridge connecting Africa and Europe across the Strait of Gibraltar, and then somebody else hears God speak to them, and they hear that it's morally bad to build a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar. Who's right?
Whoever happens to actually be right. There's basically three possibilities.
How do you check? How do you resolve that dispute?
That's the big question that everybody's been trying to discuss and fight over for millennia, right?
Is there anything, Jason, God could do or will that you would think goes too far?
If I wouldn't say going too far, but if God demonstrably lied about something, then I would say that there would be no.
He lies in the first story of the Bible.
In which how so?
In Adam and Eve, in Genesis, he lies to Adam and Eve.
How so?
When he has the fruit of the tree of good and evil, he says, "Do not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for on the day that you eat, you will surely die." And they didn't. They lived to be like 600 years old.
I mean, come on.
That was a lie.
It was not a lie.
They didn't die. He said, the day you eat from this fruit, you will die. And they didn't. You're going to say they died a spiritual death, but the literal translation from Hebrew is not the translation. The word used in that passage is about physical death.
God.
Also, I don't know what it would mean for there to be a spiritual death, because presumably if a body no longer has a spirit, the body dies.
The spiritual death is referred to in scripture as basically being consigned to the fire. They're going to hell.
But they're not in hell. Adam and Eve are in heaven.
Yeah, because they got saved.
So they didn't die at all. There wasn't even a spiritual death. So God lied.
A spiritual death.
No, there wasn't.
How can there be a quickening of the spirit if their spirit didn't die?
It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the translation is not spiritual death. It's a physical death. He said you would die a physical death the day you eat the apple, and they didn't.
Do you speak Hebrew?
No, but I'm able to look at the translations.
Well, I can look at translations too.
Do you speak Hebrew?
I don't speak Hebrew.
Okay.
But I do know that things get lost in translation when people who don't know the language are trying to make, gotcha points like this. So,
this is what Genesis 3?
I don't know enough to dispute it or confirm it. So
yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's go look at Genesis 2. So it's Genesis 2:17. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. Now that's like an English translation. But we can go look at the last words. So the last word is tamut. That is the last word in that particular verse. It's, that's the Hebrew word. And we can just go plug that word into Google Translate. It just means death.
Okay. All right.
So it doesn't say anything about spiritual death. It doesn't say anything about any of that, right?
Yes.
Just means to die.
So why would we think that it means spiritual death?
I mean, this is literally the same thing that the snake in the garden was doing. Like he twisted the meaning of God's words.
You're
And
twisting the meaning of the word. We're just taking you're twisting the meaning. If the word was die, you're the one twisting the meaning to add spiritual into that. But what evidence do you have from the Bible that God meant a spiritual death? You're just saying it so that God isn't a liar, but he was.
No, the evidence I have is that the Bible refers to salvation as a quickening of the spirit that was dead in its trespasses and sins. That's like when Paul said in I want to say Romans or maybe Corinthians, but he said we were dead in our trespasses and sins, and by faith hath he quickened us. And I might be getting some of the wording off a little bit, but the fact that it says quicken, meaning to be brought back to life, implies that it was a spiritual death. The body was still alive, the spirit was dead, and if you die while your spirit is dead, you're consigned to the fire. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
So when was Adam's spirit quickened? When did it come back to not being dead?
I would say that it happened during the life of Enoch, because it says that it was in the days of, was it Enoch or one of the other people? It says that in this person's life, he was called that, and that was when men began to call upon the name of the Lord. And the Bible says that calling upon the name of the Lord is what saves us.
Okay, so Adam was walking around for 590-ish years, because Enoch was born, I guess, when Adam was 622. So Adam was walking around the earth for 590 years with a dead spirit.
Yes. I don't see why that's.
Well, look, do you take it to be the case that the spirit is what animates life?
I'll be honest with you, the distinctions between like spirit, soul, and how it all works.
I don't think that there are distinctions there, by the way.
Well, I mean, it depends on who you're talking to. Like, some people will tell you, like, oh, the spirit is this and the soul is this. I think kind of like you in the sense that I think they're basically different words for the same thing. But how it all works, I'm not going to pretend like I know all that. So I'm not going to speak beyond my pay grade here.
It just seems really confusing, because like typically we understand it to be that something is not alive if it doesn't have a spirit. At least that's like the general Christian idea.
I mean, you brought up a good point when you said, the Bible does say that the body without the spirit is dead, right? But if you have a dead spirit, you have a spirit, but it's just a dead spirit, which, again, and that kind of brings up, people talk about like annihilationism, like whether or not the soul persists in hell. And they say, oh, well, that would mean if you're in eternity in hell, that means that, you're still alive. But the Bible defines it as dead or as death. So if the spirit is still persisting with consciousness, even though it's dead in hell, why can't the spirit persist with consciousness while it's dead in your body? It makes sense. Huh? It all kind of fits.
That didn't make sense.
I don't get that. Presumably, when the spirit's dead, you don't have a spirit anymore.
Okay, let me restate that, because I think it's kind of important to my argument here.
Okay.
Have you heard of annihilationism? Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. So should I describe it for the viewers? Maybe. Do you want me to do that?
Sure.
Okay. So annihilationism is, people have heard, like, you go to hell and you're in hell forever, right? And annihilationists are Christians who believe that a person goes to hell and then they burn up and then cease to exist, and they don't have a conscious existence anymore. And that's not what the Bible teaches. But one of the arguments that annihilationists will use is that when you're in hell, you're consciously existing, therefore that's not death, and so because the Bible says that hell is death, then you can't exist forever, or else you're still alive, and that's a contradiction. But the point is, the Bible says that state of conscious existence in hell is death.
Where
So
does the
my point
where
is,
does the Bible? Can I just get a chapter and verse for where this is?
it's kind of a synthesis of a lot of chapters. I would, if you really want me to look up like the chapters and verses that I would use to prove conscious existence of hell, it would be like Revelation, where it says,
Well, it's not it's not that. It's this idea. Okay, let's just reset for a second.
okay,
When you say that Adam and Eve died a spiritual death, do you mean that the spirits of Adam and Eve died? They withered, they decayed, their spirits were gone.
I don't think their spirits were gone. I think their spirits were dead, and that's what I'm trying to explain with this annihilation.
What do you mean by that? When you say dead, what do you mean?
Consigned to the fire. Like okay, you're a dead man walking. When you die in this state, you will be going to hell. That's as
Wait a minute. So hold on.
in-depth.
So, in your view, spiritual death means that so long as you stay in this state, you will go to hell when you die?
Yes.
Then it's just not the case that they died, right?
Well, I mean, if that's
Because
how God is defining, yeah.
Because not only did they not die physically, like obviously they didn't. Adam wandered around for another 590 years, but they didn't end up in hell.
Well, they were in a state in which, if they hadn't gotten saved, they would have gone to hell. But that's the whole point of Jesus,
Right, but-
is that.
So
Yeah.
did God not know, or what's going on there? Did God not know what would happen?
Of course, God knew what would happen.
So he lied. He knew they would not end up in hell. So they didn't suffer that spiritual death either. He lied to them.
He didn't say that you're going to face the second death. That's what the Bible calls the second death, is when your body dies and then your spirit goes to hell. Or actually, technically, it's when your body goes to hell later, but I don't want to get into like eschatology.
It's just not clear. If by death, if you think that the ancient Hebrews understood death to merely mean that, oh, they sinned, and if they don't make themselves righteous, then they will go to hell. If that's what you think the ancient Hebrews understood Genesis 2 to mean,
I don't think they understood.
Why would they write
it
the
at
word
all.
death?
That's kind of the.
But they wrote it.
An error you're making is that you're. Well, I mean, think about it from my perspective. God wrote the Bible using these holy men of God, the prophets, and then the apostles and such.
Right. So at least the people writing it would have understood it.
They said things that the ancient Hebrews wouldn't have understood. You know, even Paul said that they see through a glass darkly because they didn't understand it. You're right. God said things in ways that they wouldn't have understood them to mean. Like, that's why they were so confused
was he
when
just
Jesus
unclear?
came on the scene.
So God was just unclear?
Yes.
Can a perfect being communicate poorly?
I wouldn't say he communicated poorly. He communicated unclearly on purpose.
Well, the goal of
The Bible
communication is to communicate ideas in a way that can be understood by the people that you're communicating them to. But if you're suggesting that God communicated ideas in a way that couldn't be understood by the people that were being communicated to, then it just seems like that was a bad job of doing communication.
Well, it depends on with whom you're trying to communicate, right? Because God,
presumably, they were at least trying to communicate with the people that were reading this and participating in this 500 years before Jesus came along.
I would disagree with you on that. For example, take the kosher laws, for example. Like, you got like these many generations of Israelites and Jews, you know, following these kosher laws, not understanding what they're even for until Peter gets the vision of the great sheet, and then he's like, hey, all that kosher stuff, that was to say that, Jesus is bringing in the Gentiles, right? Like, and then Paul even, and I don't want to lie and say what book I think it's from, but one of the epistles of Paul, he says that those things that happened to them, speaking of, Moses and the Old Testament times, he says these things were examples for us upon whom the ends of the world are
Okay,
come.
So you don't think that the Hebrew Bible was intended for the Hebrews?
It was partially intended for them. Like they in the time that they lived, they would have had a lot to get out of it and learn from it.
But it wasn't communicated clearly to them.
I'm sorry?
But it wasn't communicated clearly to them.
Correct, because not all of it was for them.
Was it communicated clearly to anybody?
It's more clear to us.
Is it really?
Christians
If so,
today,
why are there so many denominations?
Because people can still get stuff wrong, even if people communicate clearly. Like somebody could listen to you. I think you two have been very clear, but somebody who's just not very smart or has ulterior motives could twist your words.
Would you say that every single denomination that's not exactly the denomination, or every single interpretation of the Bible that doesn't agree with yours, are just people who are not smart?
Either, I wouldn't say exactly like mine, because I wouldn't presume to think that I have everything exactly right, but I would say that it's either if they're wrong on the big things, then I think they're either stupid, evil, or deceived.
It seems like the Bible's just not clear. Yeah. Like that seems like a more plausible explanation.
Well, the Bible is a very popular book that tons and tons of people around the world read, and the Bible specifically says about itself that it cannot be understood by people who are not saved. So, of course, because many
Isn't
more people than are saved.
For?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. That makes no sense. If that were the case, then you wouldn't have evangelization or evangelism, right? Because if it can't be understood by people who aren't saved, then the people who aren't saved could never understand the Bible to learn about Jesus and become saved.
Well, that's why the Bible
muted,
also teaches that everybody who gets saved
I was muted.
through the work of a preacher.
Speaking of being saved, someone did save us from this conversation, so I do have to drop you now, Jason, which is fine with me because you said it was okay that a bunch of grown men took child sex slaves back in the day. So
yeah, that was rough. Goodbye. I mean, like he was like divine command theory is just like it's the morality of a toddler, right? Like, oh, why aren't you I don't know. Why aren't you flipping people off? Because daddy will ground me if I do. Like it's what it boils down to. It's not particularly sophisticated.
Also, really quick chat. YouTube chat specifically. I might lose it on YouTube chat for a second. Somebody did pay to boo. I'm sorry it took me 2 minutes to fucking see it, you weirdos. God damn. Maybe give me a second. Fucking Christ, yo. I don't have every chat on my screen all at the same time, chat. Golly. Anyway, that was a call.
Yeah, you can say that.
This dude said he would slaughter babies.
He said that he wishes he has the fortitude to do it.
He's like, I would do it. I'm just not strong enough. I'm not strong enough to slaughter the babies. God,
I wish I could.
God damn. If only I could have the power to slaughter those children. What the fuck? Real quick before we go on, Divinity Dawn, thank you for the Cash App. Said, I'm a broke hoe, but here's a goal for donation.
Okay.
Oh, I mean to myself. If you're broke though, feel free to hold on to your cash, y'all. Then Vel, or was that Vel, or is that a different person? Yeah, that's Val. I'm not stupid. Val donated to get us to the goal for t-shirt giveaway. Let me do math real quick. Or not t-shirt, sweatshirt. I said sweatshirt, right? I think I said I'm doing a sweatshirt giveaway for Twitch if we hit the goal. So bada bing, bada boom, we hit our goal. So let's put a stretch goal. And if we hit our stretch goal, I'll also add in a mug. We'll do another mug. So thank you, Val, for that. And then as well, hey, yo, W, shout out to, wait, who's this? What was their name? So it pops up on my thing. Avatar Stormcrow for the $100 PayPal tip, which puts us halfway to a second merch giveaway. Y'all want 2 merches? I got 2 merch. One for the bed and one for the low. Thank you guys for the tips. Thank you for the super chats. Remember, all the super chats are going to get read at the end of the stream. So make sure if you have a question, we only have a couple more calls. So once those calls are all through, me and Blitz are going to open up for audience questions. So if you have a question, especially one that you want to ask somebody who has a literal PhD, chat, you guys know what degree I have. I just have a degree in being sick as fuck. So if you want to ask,
PhD's nuts.
PhD's nuts is crazy. How often do you say that? It's got to be often, regular. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I figured.
Doesn't happen on stream a lot, but it happens in, Discord channels with friends.
I would be saying it constantly. Okay. Let's keep it rolling. Real quick, amazingly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Avatar Stormcrow, thank you for the 5 subs as well over on Twitch. Home of Echoes, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. And I think I said that one already. Thank you guys for all of the wonderful support on today's stream. Somebody on Instagram said, would you ever stream on porn sites with how badly you fuck your callers up? Can you live stream on like Pornhub? I would dead ass live stream on Pornhub and then title it.
Be able to.
Black man dominates conservatives. Yo, that would be great. How much for a P-Hub stream? What goal do we have to reach for me to stream on a P-Hub one day? Anyway, let's take the next call.
OF.
Vel said I'll donate my life savings for that. Jovan OF when? Never. Never, bro. All right, let's bring up the next guest. Next up, coming into stream, we have Clay. Now, Clay does not believe the Bible condones slavery. Let's see what Clay has to defend that with. Clay, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
I am 22. I don't really care what people call me. It's whatever.
Sure, but I'm asking what you prefer, Clay.
He.
Okay, there we go. See? Nice and easy. Now, Clay, you don't think the Bible condones or demands slavery, is that correct?
No, not from a standpoint of the Lord commands that thou shalt have slaves. No, absolutely not.
Okay, when the Lord commanded Moses to separate the child sex slaves and give them to the priests and give them to the people who were the heads of his armies, that wasn't a command?
Again, in reference to Numbers 31, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that literally doesn't even happen in that.
You want to bet?
We can read through Numbers 31 right now. It has nothing to do with the Lord commanding them to take sex slaves.
The Lord commands Moses gives these girls, they're not women. He commands that he gives those girls to the priests and that he gives those girls to the heads of his army. He literally tells them to do that.
No.
The Lord said to Moses, you and Eleazar, the priest, and the family heads of the community are to count all the people. Remember, those people are just women, children, virgin women, children, and animals that were captured. Divide the spoils equally between the soldiers who took part in the battle and the rest of the community. Is that not the Lord literally saying to them, count these people and then divide them and give them out? Is that not him saying that?
Sorry, what verse?
25.
31 is that specific?
Dividing the
25.
spoils. Dividing the spoils. It's literally called dividing the spoils. From the soldiers who fought in the battle, set apart as tribute for the Lord, one out of every 500, whether people, cattle, donkeys, or sheep. Take this tribute from their half share and give it to Eleazar the priest as the Lord's part.
Yeah, and where are you getting that these are children from?
That would be earlier in the thing. Moses says, have you allowed all the women to live? He asked them. There were the one, where was it? Here it is.
Verse 15.
Yeah, 15 to 16. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the poor incident so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now kill all the boys, kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. And in the King James Version, it says every woman child. And we know, based on like the age back then, that women typically lost their virginity at around the ages of 14. So this would have been at people typically around the age 13 and under.
Okay. Now, where does it say that they're going to be sex slaves? Because what you've outlined is...
Save every girl who has never slept with a man. And he says, divide them amongst yourselves. What would be the purpose of dividing virgin amongst the adult men for?
Well,
what other purpose would that be?
You described with the Eleazar priest and family heads of the community.
Yep, that was 16,000 went to them. 16,000 went to everybody else. So for those 16,000 that are going to all the rest of the, like, being split up evenly amongst the people in Israel, what would be the purpose of only saving virgin girls?
Well, it has to do with sexual immorality. And it describes why
the virgin boys were not sexually immoral. Why did they kill the virgin boys?
Because they could grow up to be fighting age and come back and conquer them. I mean, that's happened multiple times in the Bible. Even in the Old Testament, they always kill the males because they can grow up, lead an army, and
why not just raise them as, if they take the baby boys and just raise them as Israelites? They would never know they were anything else. Why would they grow up and try to overthrow Israel? They wouldn't know they were Midianites.
That's not my point. My point is that what you
it destroys your point. It makes your point illogical.
I'm not. The thing that I just described to you was there have been accounts of that happening with Canaanites where they don't kill all of the men or boys. And then later the Canaanites come back and destroy all of Israel. So if that's not Canaanites growing up, becoming fighting age, and then taking vengeance on the Israelites, so what is it? I mean, these things have happened in the Bible.
The question becomes, like, it uses, like, the language of, like, you know, the children of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones. Like, what does it mean to take someone captive and then have them distributed amongst your people? What are they?
A lot of the distribution of them, though, is going to, like, the priests.
I also just want to...
The Eleazar are priests, so they're going to be like nuns and work in the tabernacle and things of that nature. Those aren't
and the other 16,000? Also, the Canaanites, the reason the Canaanites were able to come back and destroy the Israelites and destroy Israel, this is from Judges 2. It's because the Israelites intermarried and adopted Canaanite religious practices, so God removed his protection from Israel. That's in Judges 2. Not because they spared some of the boys.
There would be no Canaanites, though, if there was no Canaanite bloodline left.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Israel wouldn't have been destroyed by them because God offered Israel his protection. And he removed the protection because they intermarried and adopted Canaanite religious practices. Had they not done that, God wouldn't have taken his protection away.
Okay, but the enforcement mechanism of that vengeance is the Canaanites, right?
Yeah, but it's Canaanites that were adults, not just Canaanites that were children.
Yes.
Hold on, we're way
because
off. We're way off topic.
Yeah,
point
go
was
ahead,
the
Blitz, go.
Midians. I mean, like you came in saying that the Bible doesn't condone or demand slavery, and yet in what is it? This is Numbers. This is
31.
Numbers 31. It's Numbers 31, verse 9. It says, "And the children of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones." Taking captive is what slavers do. You don't take captive people and then let them be free. That's not.
Outlines
if you take someone captive, they're your slave.
It also outlines in this exact same chapter that they basically stayed with them outside of the camps, the men that fought in the battle, as well as these people that they took captive, and they cleansed them, took care of them, and then integrated them into the Israelites' camps. That doesn't sound like slavery to me.
Okay, so let me just ask you something. When you were, let's say you're 10 years old, and I take you from your mom's house and your family's house, and I say I'm going to forcibly marry you to another family, and you can't leave that family, and you're now stuck being married to this husband of this family, who at any time that he wants to sleep with you, he's allowed to, by law, sleep with you. You wouldn't call that a form of slavery?
Even if you got washed first.
It doesn't say that is the purpose for having them captive.
Why else would you keep the virgin girls only?
Because the reason that the what are they called? The Midianites were brought vengeance upon from the Israelites was because of sexual immorality. So you keep the ones that didn't buy into that sexual immorality in that culture, and then you integrate them into Israelite society. That's literally what this is talking about. Because they cleanse them outside of the Israelite camp. Then why are they captives?
Wait, I'm just gonna throw it out again. Why did they kill the baby boys?
Because they could have grown up, become fighting age, and then led a rebellion against Israel.
Except none of that is saved. None of that is saved.
It doesn't need to be said. I mean, this is just logical.
Really, God's pretty specific here. They're literally so specific here that they tell you the number of like donkeys that they took from the Midianites, but he couldn't have been like, oh, and don't forcibly have sex. Just answer me this question. Any of the 16,000 people that were taken, do you think they were forced into sexual acts?
I have no idea, but you are projecting your beliefs of what this is talking about.
I'm asking if we split up a bunch of virgin children amongst men, and then all those virgin children are forced into marriage, because let's be honest, that's most likely what's happening here. Could they say no if they're captives? Yes, because they were captives. If they wanted to say no to their husbands for sex, could they?
I have, in like this day and age, if we did this now?
No, then.
Like right now? Then I have no clue about the marriage laws of the Hebrews in that time period. But what I do have is extensive knowledge of slavery laws from that time period.
I don't think you do.
I do, though. There's laws that literally prohibit, like, chattel slavery, as we see in, like, yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Exodus explicitly outlaws kidnapping people.
Nope. No. This is my issue with people like you who read the Bible this way. Exodus outlaws kidnapping, but it doesn't consider slavery, taking slaves from other nations, as kidnapping. This is why in Leviticus, God quite literally says to Moses to tell the Israelite people that they can not only take slaves, but they can pass those slaves down to their children as inherited property. This is also why in Exodus, God says if you have a slave and you beat him and he does not die within 2 days, you're in the clear because that slave is your property. And chattel slavery quite literally just means property. So yeah, the Bible is very clear that you can own another person as property, as long as he's not an Israelite. Everything you're talking about, kidnapping, whether they have to treat their slaves with kindness, all that is only to Israelites. Everybody else is fair game.
And keep in mind, it can't be the case that taking people captive is off limits, because in Numbers chapter 31, it uses the word "take them captive."
I said kidnapping was off limits as far as the.
What the fuck would taken captive be?
Okay,
That's kidnapping.
If you capture a child, might you call that kidnapping?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the circumstances. I don't think
here's the
circumstances
circumstance.
of going to war with a
Here's
nation.
Here's the circumstance. I go to your home. Wait. No. I got you. I go to your home.
Kidnapping.
Hold on. I got you, Clay. I go to your home. I slaughter your entire family, and then I take you and force you to come with me. Did I kidnap you? The Midianites didn't start a war. They were totally fine living with the Israelites. They were peaceful. God just didn't like that they were fucking. And so Israel went and started the war.
And the girls didn't go willingly, by the way. Otherwise, it wouldn't say that they were taken captive.
Okay.
So they were forcibly taken from their homes after their families were slaughtered. That sounds like kidnapping.
Okay, but we're talking about on a significant scale. We're not talking about
16,000 people isn't a significant scale, bro.
I mean, 32,000 women is a significantly larger scale than just one or two people that you break into their specific house.
That is what you just described. What you just described is 31,999 times worse.
Okay,
you have a bunch of people, 32,000. You have a bunch of people whose homes were broken into and they were stolen.
Okay, so if we're talking about, let's just say, like, for instance, this sort of thing happens all the time in modern conflicts. Should the United States policy during modern conflicts be to just kill everybody instead of bringing women, children?
Our policy shouldn't be to Our policy shouldn't be to kill any civilians. That should be the policy. Don't kill civilians.
Okay, and what do they?
It also shouldn't be to kidnap civilians, by the way.
What?
And what do they do with civilians in a region that they go and forcefully take over during war? They remove the civilians.
That doesn't make it
that's not
right. Also, when is the U.S. isn't doing that right now? Not anymore.
But is that kidnapping?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And is that an immoral form of kidnapping rather than
if you just force them to go to it
where they stand?
It does depend. If you make them go somewhere else and you don't like take them with you, it's not kidnapping, it's just expelling. It's
which is
ethnic cleansing, perhaps.
Also bad.
Which is also bad. Just a different thing.
Here's a great example. Here's a great example. For a lot of indigenous Americans, we didn't kidnap them and force them to marry like settlers. They just slaughtered them and forced them to go across the Trail of Tears and relocated them. They cleansed them out of the area. This is also bad, but God would be pretty chill with it, according to the Bible.
Again, according to the Bible, the things that we're talking about right now is God's vengeance. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see why there would be a problem under anyone's worldview that if a God really does exist and you break God's rules, he's not allowed to punish you for that.
Babies broke his rule? What rule did the babies break?
They were immoral, obviously.
The babies are always obviously innocent. But
but
Christians
God told the Israelites to slaughter babies, but that they're innocent. Yes. So God is killing innocent people.
God is killing people that are innocent at the time as an act of mercy, because as Christians we believe that if you die as a baby, when you're a baby, do you know that you were doing anything wrong up until, let's say, like 5?
So it's a mercy.
When people just generally become conscious.
It's a mercy to kill babies?
Yeah, because they go to heaven.
Okay, so
Now,
you're
as we
pro-choice,
see,
right?
Again,
You're pro-abortion?
like I said, when the Israelites were commanded to do the exact same thing and didn't follow through with it, that same nation of people rose up and then
Clay.
came back and conquered the Israelites.
Clay, you're pro-choice, right?
No,
Why not?
because I don't think that people have the right to bodily autonomy as far as that's
But it's a
to that
mercy.
extent.
But it's a
Yeah,
mercy.
hold on. You're doing it wrong. It's not that the pro-life argument is that people don't have a right to kill other people, not that people don't have a right to bodily autonomy. You're doing the argument
Well, you
wrong.
don't have a right to bodily autonomy under any US law.
Okay, that's a take.
That's not true.
I mean, that's not a right. You don't.
What do
have
you
the
think
right
when
to
the,
do
what do you
whatever
think the
want
right to
with your own
life,
body.
liberty, and happiness means?
I mean, again, we can just prove very easily you don't have the right to do whatever you want with your body based on the fact that drugs
Yeah, but is
are
it
illegal.
wait. Is it not a mercy to kill all of those babies in the womb? Isn't that a mercy?
No,
Why not?
They go to heaven, right?
because yeah, I would say yeah.
So it's a
So,
mercy.
I mean, look.
It's a mercy to kill all of those Midianite babies, but it's not a mercy to kill the babies in the womb.
I mean, look, if those babies,
Yeah,
they
there's
might have a, if
more
they grow
things
up,
that come
if
into
they grow
play
up,
than just merciful.
okay, so just to be clear, let's say that you have, would you say that like Jewish people who don't accept Jesus go to hell?
Yeah,
Okay, so it would be a mercy in your view to abort all Jewish babies. Because they're going to go to hell otherwise.
no, I would not.
So you'd rather condemn them to hell?
No, because they're not condemned as soon as they pop out of the womb. I mean, you have your entire life to convert to Christianity. I don't
Okay, what if they
understand where the mercy
100%?
concept is
Wait,
coming
they
from other
100%
than
will not convert. What if God has seen that these Jewish people will never convert? So would it not then be a mercy to kill them when they're in the womb?
No,
But it was a mercy to
But
kill
they're-
all the Midianite babies.
yes,
Why?
because again, as I have already explained 3 times, those babies are going to go to heaven under the Christian worldview anyway because they are not aware
So
of
are these
sin
babies?
yet as a baby.
So would the Jewish fetuses.
Second of all, we have seen in the Bible, whenever the Israelites are commanded to do the exact same thing and they don't follow through on it, these nations rise up again and are used to conquer, punish, push out Israelites throughout the Old Testament. There's more than just merciful reasons for it. There's also just military strategy involved in it.
Question: would it have been good for Hitler's mom to abort Hitler?
No.
But it would have been
No, it would
good because then Hitler wouldn't have lived, and it would have stopped him from going to hell. It was both practical and merciful, as required by your criteria there.
Well, I would actually argue that we as humanity learned a significant amount about the world, about science and technology through World War II. So, I mean,
Clay.
I think
Oh, no,
every
not the
life has its
justifying the
value.
Holocaust.
Clay, fuck off, bro. Dead ass. Fuck goodbye. Fuck off. What?
Not the it was good actually.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. Whoa, bro.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
Whoa. Katie on YouTube, thank you for paying to boo, and sent it like 10 minutes ago. I was like, I'm just preloading this because I know. And sure, you called it. What the fuck? This motherfucker said, I would argue good things came out of the Holocaust. Bitch, the fuck? Bitch, what? Whoa, bro. Sorry, I'm fucking flummoxed by that, dude.
Your flabbers have been gasted.
Straight gasted. On God. For real. I once had somebody who told me God was real because I say, "Oh my God," so therefore God must be real.
True.
Legitimate argument.
You've been had.
Yeah, I know, deadass.
What can you do?
Oh, how do we? Where do we go from here? We go with the other three callers, but Jesus. Anyway, let's do
Oh,
our
you said
thing.
Jesus. That means God's real.
Oh shit! Fuck. Shit. Let's
on
do
you.
our. I know, right? Actually, I don't think I have any shout outs to do right now. We have the super chats that we'll read at the end, but I think we're pretty much go on that. Guys, remember, get those questions in. I haven't really seen many questions in the chat for Blitz, so you guys are gonna not be able to. Not all of you are gonna get through. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but not all of you are going to get through when we do office hours. Let's bring up the next call, and hopefully this person doesn't condone sex slavery.
Or the Holocaust?
I have to I started the recording, and I had to stop because the first thing on the recording is the Holocaust.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Okay. Coming up next to stream, we have Jimmy. Jimmy is calling about there being no compelling evidence for God. So let's see if Jimmy has that compelling evidence. Jimmy, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Hey, I am 18 and I am he, him.
Okay. Now, Jimmy, if you could just speak up a little bit, you're a little quiet, so it's a little hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I'm like speaking right into my phone. Is this good?
Yeah, that's much better.
All right, thank
Jimmy, you think there is compelling evidence for God? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say for me at the very least.
And just a quick question before we get started. You don't think the Holocaust was justified, right?
No, I was actually wanted to comment on that saying no, I don't.
That's a call.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna put in a little like a flashback thing here. So I'll go to that other caller doing the Holocaust, and then it'll come back.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
no.
And you're gonna cut out that part where you're explaining that you're putting the right?
No, I'm keeping that in 100%.
Oh, okay, yeah, checks out. Well, I'm glad that you're not a Holocaust affirmer. So in the wrongest way.
I'm glad for that too. I mean, look, I was listening to that, and it was honestly hard for me to listen to that. I feel like there was an easier answer he could have gave, but I'm not going to go into that. But affirming the Holocaust is definitely not the way I would have gone. But
I don't think it's the way any of us wanted to go.
Yeah, no. Yes, if you don't mind me asking you a question regarding the prompt.
Sure.
If that's fine with you.
Did you hear me? I said sure.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it. All right, my bad. Yes. Just out of curiosity, what exactly would it be? Like, why wouldn't you believe in God? Like, why don't you think there isn't enough compelling evidence?
I don't think there's any
arguments you have.
I don't think any argument has had compelling evidence. Usually the arguments boil down to like God of the gaps. We don't know how we got here, so it must have been God. Or the fine-tuning argument, like, oh, everything is so perfect, only God can do it. And I reject that because I think the universe is a giant ball of chaos and most things in the universe don't make any goddamn sense. Plus giraffes exist. And I don't know if you've ever seen a giraffe. Makes no goddamn sense. Watchmaker argument. Wait, I forgot what the watchmaker one is.
You find a watch on the beach. You know it has a watchmaker.
Yeah. Watchmaker ends up being God of the gaps, in my opinion, at the end of the day. But like, yeah, all of these arguments, there's just no, and then people go, well, we exist and we're conscious. Something must have done that. And I don't think there's any reason to believe in a God over just like evolution and neurobiology. But if you have a more compelling argument, like I can be turned. If I hear a compelling argument for God, you will see me become a God believer. Probably never a Christian, but at least a God believer.
Right. Well, that's kind of what I wanted to say. And I'm not saying this as if like, oh, I'm going to convert him. I just kind of want to see how it is you would respond. Because for me, at the very least, I would find this somewhat compelling for me. Just like on the broad aspect of, or I guess not broad, but of like basically like the cosmological argument, and just like why or how all things exist to begin with. And you could say that kind of goes back to God of the Gaps in some way, where it's like, well, everything exists and we don't know why, so therefore God. I think that it's not a very
but my argument against that is just like, why did anything have to come into existence? Why couldn't the universe just be a constant?
Well, as far as I do know, and I would like to know what you think of this being, from what I've heard at the very least, I'm fairly certain that the universe is, I guess, proven to not be eternal based on, I guess, just decay and expansion. But I have.
This is where it's good. We got Blitz here. Blitz has a PhD in physics, so we'll let you know.
All right,
This is a book. This is a book. You should read it. Here, I'll put it closer. This isn't. I'm not shilling for the book. I just think it's a good book, and I've spoken with the authors. It's a good book, and it outlines 25 different explanations for how the Big Bang, for what may have caused the Big Bang, and of those, 16 of them are universes or are explanations that are eternal to the past, meaning that there wasn't a beginning. In fact, if you take a poll amongst cosmologists, these are people who work in that field, who study the Big Bang and how the universe came to be and all these things, the vast majority of them will say that the Big Bang says nothing about whether or not the universe had a beginning.
Right. Okay.
So it's just not the case that like there's this agreement that the universe definitely had a beginning.
So you would say that the universe is eternal then, right?
Maybe.
I vibe more with the eternal universe theory than anything else. It seems to be the most plausible, in my opinion,
Okay.
as a non-PhD.
Well, all right. I would say I definitely would like to look into that just to research that more.
But
as
if
far as I
somebody
am
provides me compelling evidence for God, I would change my tune there. I'd go, oh well, clearly this is the more logical argument.
Right.
But by the way,
if
and I should stipulate this, even the models that have a finite beginning of the universe, meaning that there is a first moment of time, these models don't require a god.
Yeah. Well, if I could also ask you just in the general sense of the idea of a god in general, would you say that is in any way plausible to you, or would you be willing to say that it's actually more so impossible or implausible for there to be a god?
I think it's very
of the god to
implausible
exist?
that there could be a God. I think it's highly implausible.
Okay.
And if we take it a
not
step further,
exactly-
a God with a will, I think is impossible.
And why do you think that's impossible?
Just like the nature of what that would entail, I think just doesn't make any logical sense to me.
Is there any like specific like thing that?
Yeah, have you ever seen a duck's penis?
Could you say that again?
Have you ever seen a duck's penis? I'm being 100% honest with you.
No, I haven't.
I think a God with a will that creates a universe in which ducks' penises look like that is fucked. So I think it's more logical to believe a God didn't exist and make a duck penis. This is what I'm being so free with you.
I can see your reasoning with that. I personally wouldn't necessarily think that as a reason to not believe.
Go look at a
in
duck
God
penis and
will.
then go look at a duck penis and then tell me that same thing.
All right, hold on.
You can't tell people to go
I'll
look at
right now. I guess
animals naked, Jovan.
I can if they're over 18.
But look, there are other reasons to think that a god might be impossible. For example, if we take God to be a
he sees the duck penis. Sorry, go ahead, Blitz.
If we take God to be a being that in some sense existed absent the universe, absent space, time, matter, energy, all of this stuff, that means that God wouldn't be able to perform actions as there's no time in which to perform them. God wouldn't be able to have thoughts as there's no time in which to have those thoughts. God would have to be a static, unchanging being that can't do anything. There's just no time. Things take time to happen.
I don't necessarily agree with that in the sense of, I guess this is kind of where it gets into a little bit of like the God of the gaps in some way, where it's just, well, he's God, so he can do anything sort of thing, where it's like, he's transcendent, so he is able to work within time, but also works outside of it in some way. But that's more so just like
do you take causes to be simultaneous to or before their effects?
Could you say that again?
Do you take causes to be simultaneous to or before their effects?
No, I mean, I would say I'd say things happen. Wait, I'm really sorry. I got lost there for a second. What was the first thing you said in the question?
Do you take causes to be things that happen before or simultaneous with the effects that they cause?
I would say simultaneously.
Okay, so you take causes to have to occur simultaneously with their effects. Fine. Now, would you say that what would you say simultaneous means?
Kind of just like, I guess, just in a general sense, like if I, were to punch somebody in the face, it like simultaneously the effects that causes other things to happen as soon as that happens. I guess, if that's what
so simultaneous, like I just Googled it, simultaneous definition. It means occurring, operating, or done at the same time. Right?
Right.
Simultaneous is a relationship. You say that two things are simultaneous if they occur at the same moment of time, which means in order for anything to be simultaneous with any other thing, both things, if A is simultaneous to B, both event A and event B have to be within time. Right?
Oh, I see what you're
Otherwise,
saying.
they can't be simultaneous. They're at the same time. And if that's the case, that means that time couldn't have been caused, because that would mean if time was caused, then the time didn't exist prior to the cause, say. But that would mean that the cause was in time. So how can the cause be in time if the cause is the cause of time?
I would say that's a very good question. And yeah, that's definitely something I'll be looking into, I guess. Just that, not that what you said isn't compelling. I'm just saying I would like to look into it. Because it's a very good question, very good point.
The question boils down to what it means to cause things if there's no time in which to cause them. And this is like a really, really hard question for theists, because generally speaking, we understand causation as something that happens in time. But you're trying to tell me that a timeless being, a being that exists outside of time, is somehow able to cause things at all. And that seems very confused.
Right, and I would see your point in that. That's a good point. I did kind of forget. I think I was going to say something else, but I did kind of forget what I was going to say. But ultimately, that's essentially just kind of all I wanted to say, and I just wanted to see how exactly you would respond to it, and I'm glad you did, and you guys have been respectful in that respect, and I'm glad to have talked here. If there's anything you wanted to ask me, I guess I'd be willing to answer it, I guess. I don't know. I'm really the one asking you guys questions.
I mean, you said you are Christian, right?
Yes.
Let's say God is real. Let's just operate under the premise for like 1 second. What would be my evidence that the Christian God should be the God that I believe in?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I would say that from what I've seen and heard, there have been quite a few historical accuracies. There's definitely, they're all iffy, of course. A lot of people are very skeptical of them.
I would say there's much larger historical inaccuracies coming out of the Bible, like claiming that there was an exodus of Jews from Egypt when there's like literally no evidence of that historically outside of the Bible anywhere.
Right. Well, I wouldn't necessarily have like an argument at the ready for that, but I have heard from others that it's essentially kind of like that stuff was excluded or anything, but that doesn't necessarily seem very convincing to me.
Okay. Well, I was just asking.
What's that?
I said I was just asking.
Oh no, that's all right. I mean, like, people saying things like, "Oh well, you know, the Egyptians didn't really keep an account of it because of whatever." And I'm like, I guess, but that doesn't really sound very convincing to me. But yeah, ultimately, I think it all usually comes back to the resurrection being the foundation for evidence, I guess.
I mean, what evidence
just
do we
the
have
fact-
that the resurrection happened?
Well, I'd say not necessarily like a historical evidence, more so, not necessarily historical. I mean, like, there's no like archaeological or physical evidence to say necessarily that it happened. Some people
Okay.
definitely point back to like the empty tomb and say like, "Oh, look, it's empty." But there could be a whole bunch of arguments for that also. And from what I've heard when it comes to the arguments that reject the resurrection, I haven't really found them very satisfactory to me.
Well, I mean, what you would need to present the evidence that it happened. You're like asking somebody who doesn't believe in the resurrection to present you evidence that it didn't happen is just shifting the claim. Like you're shifting the burden
I'm
of
not trying
proof.
to do that. I'm just saying that that's usually what happens. But when it does come to the resurrection, from what I've seen and heard, it's kind of just goes back to the apostles and their reasoning for telling these things and why they happened.
Well, I would
Or
just say
the
that
general idea
I would
of
just
not
say that
having
the way we disprove the resurrection is just people can't come back from the dead after 3 days. It's just a physical impossibility that we know.
Well, I don't necessarily think that would be entirely honest when it comes to the idea of God, and I think Paul kind of puts that in a good words that pretty well in the book of Acts, where he says, "I don't think it would be incredible to think that God could raise the dead. That is already assuming that there is a God."
So look,
So I think if we're going to argue,
if I made a claim, I'm 32, by the way. So if in 10 years, I and a bunch of friends from high school, I don't have any friends from high school, but pretend I did. If in 20 years, I and a bunch of friends from high school wrote a whole bunch of accounts that our one friend from high school, let's call him Dylan, had a heart attack, was dead in the morgue, and then rose from the dead 2 days later, would that be compelling evidence that that happened?
no, not just simply by your eyewitness testimony in and of itself, because anybody can say anything.
So then, you're right. Anybody can say anything. So why should we take the testimony of unknown authors, anywhere between 40 and 70 years later, claiming that this happened?
Well, I don't necessarily agree that the authors are unknown.
The authors of the gospel?
They're anonymous. Of the gospels? Yeah.
Yeah, they're fully.
Authors
We
of
don't know
Gospels are
the only
anonymous.
the only author that we can attribute anything to is Paul. I mean, some people will attribute Peter to Peter, but it doesn't really hold up in my opinion.
Isn't there something about Timothy? Did Timothy write something?
Possibly.
No, Timothy was just by
but
Paul.
The Gospels, at least Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, absolutely are anonymous. We have no clue who wrote them.
In fact, I think one of them, we know that it was more than one person who wrote them.
I mean, there's some
notion, Tom, that they were written by the people named after the Gospels, though.
It's church tradition.
Even that we don't. They weren't signed. None of the Gospels were signed. We have no clue.
Right. I mean, not to necessarily. I'm not saying like just because the church said it makes it true, but I don't think that just because it's church tradition that means it's false to say that those are who wrote them.
So in John chapter 20, in John chapter 21, it specifically refers to "we know." Like this is like there are specifically multiple authors in at least of John. So it can't have just been written by John, because why would John say "we"?
Well, where are you reading that from? You said John 20?
Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up explicitly. John 21. John 21, verse 24. This is the disciple who testifies to these things and who wrote them down. We know that his testimony is true.
Right.
So who's we if there's only one author?
Well, I'm not necessarily going to say this as like a concrete answer, but understanding that I'm assuming he'd probably be talking about the apostles, but there's nothing really to explicitly say that.
He could have also been talking to the reader, but he doesn't use this phrasing often in the Old Testament. But I don't know. John isn't one of the synoptic gospels, so I treat John as if it's all fiction. To be completely honest with you.
To be clear, apparently a lot of scholars actually think that the Gospel of John was a communal work.
Would make sense. It would make sense why John says shit that none of the other gospel authors say.
Quite possibly. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, these are all things that I definitely would like to look into just to see it all and everything. But
well, if you want to look into it more and then call back another day, feel free. I'm always willing to talk about Christianity being made up.
Well, when it comes to things like Matthew, Mark, or Luke, the synoptic gospels, like you said, those are just like church tradition.
Yeah, where those names come from. I think so. One of them, it was I want to say it was it Matthew? I think Matthew is attributed to Matthew because it says something about I'd have to, if only Justin were here, he would know. But there's something about how there's a view or there's like a fact that is conveyed, and it's interpreted that fact could only be known by a physician. And Matthew was a physician, so it must have been written by Matthew or something like that. It's some particular inference like that. And that's how they come to those conclusions. It's things like that. And so
you're not talking about Luke because Luke was a physician.
It may have been Luke. It may very well have been Luke. I can never keep them straight.
Right. Well, that's Well, the explanation makes sense anyway.
Yeah, I think it was Luke, because Luke is in Colossians. Luke is identified as a physician.
Right. He was most
it's that one.
Possibly a companion of Paul because he had some sort of disease, but I don't know much about that. Yeah. But yeah, no, these are all good things to talk about, and I'll definitely try and look at them more.
All right, Jimmy. Well, thank you for calling in. We're going to move on to our next call now, but thanks for calling in.
All right. Have a good day, and thank you for talking.
Yep. Guys, we have 2 more callers up to debate, and then after that, we are going to take some office hours. So lines are open now. If you want to call and get in the queue for office hours, do that now. If you want to start sending your questions for Blitz via Super Chats over YouTube, again, I'm going to give you the shitty answer, and then Blitz will give you the real answer, and we'll see how close I get. I bet.
I'm so excited for that.
I bet I can nail at least 75%. I have no understanding of physics or the universe or anything like that, but I bet I fall asleep to enough Neil deGrasse Tyson videos that I bet I've subconsciously learned something.
Let's go.
Of course, if none of you want to call for office hours, then there's that too. But we are going to do office hours, so you can start calling now. And after these next 2 debates, we'll start taking office hours questions. Twitch, we are going to do your giveaway at the end of office hours, so don't worry. That's still coming. So if you want to win that giveaway, you got to get onto Twitch. Make sure that you, if you're not a Twitch watcher, make sure you get in there earlier, so that way you're there's a 10-minute timeline before you can talk on Twitch. You want to beat that before I start the giveaway. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate. So, coming up next to the show, next in the queue, we have Josiah. Oh shit! I talk to you, Josiah, the other day on Calling It Now. Josiah wants to talk about there being evidence for God. Josiah, come on in. If you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Hi, I'm 27 and I am he, him.
And Josiah, were you one of the people I talked to? Were you one of the people talking to me and Jimmy the other day?
No.
Okay, different Josiah.
Never talked to you. I've always loved your debates from afar, but I've never like actually called in. And I ain't working today, so I might as well, have a little fun.
All right, no problem. It was a different Josiah then. Welcome up, Josiah. Josiah, now you said there is compelling evidence for God, and if I'm reading these notes correctly, which I might not be because they're not making a lot of sense to me, you're saying that there's evidence, but we can't access the evidence because it's in a different realm.
The way I got flustered, here's what I can say. We have mathematical evidence because math was made by man. It was tested and proven by man.
You just peeked. Blitz just shot awake, so he is ready for this.
Yes. We've had access to all of these things over the course of time. However, you made reference to the watchmaker analogy, which, okay, I'll walk with you there. Yes, it has flaws. Actually, anything that compares a gadget to this monotheistic God that we're trying to, encapsulate, it's going to be hard because we can't really compare, the God who made the vastness of the universe to a watchmaker. Are we clear for that one? Can you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Repeat it one more time. I was dissociating. Say that last bit one more time.
You can't compare a watch to God, I think is the claim.
You can't compare a watch to the universe and then that same watchmaker to God.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
That's right.
I would just disagree. I would say you could compare them. If we're just looking at, because we're not comparing the watch to the universe or God to the watchmaker. We're comparing the creation of something to having a creator.
Okay, then let's line up there. In Genesis, somewhere in that Bible that people claim to read, there is the statement that God, the Trinity, made man or made humankind in God's image, correct?
Sure.
That's somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay, it's somewhere in there.
He created Adam in the image of God, and then, sure. I think I disagree with that passage, but yeah.
It's totally fine to disagree with it. However, if we're using the Bible as, text, we can go into some other theories later. Mainly, the thought that God created humankind or all of creation in God's image, then we'll have to prove that the image exists. Correct? Would you agree with that statement? If we can prove that the image exists, then could we prove that God exists?
No, you'd have to prove that I think you'd have to prove God to prove the image. The image can't prove God. God would have to prove the image.
Okay. But likewise, if you even flipped it on its head just a little bit.
No, I think if you flip it, it becomes illogical.
As the image exists, then we can prove God, correct?
No. If somebody draws a picture of me, for example, like they say, I'm going to draw a picture of Jovan, it would have to be that I would have to exist in order for that picture to exist, right? But the only way to know this, per what you're saying, the only way to know this would be if it starts with me. It has to start, so the proof has to become me first. You first have to prove that I'm real to prove that the picture was drawn of me.
Yeah, so
I said that in a really weird way. But you get what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
No.
Repeat it in a smart way.
I like the way you
phrase it in a smart way.
So if a kid out of
Josiah, suppose that somebody hands you a drawing, right? You don't know who the drawing is of. The drawing could just be a completely fictional character that was created, purely from the mind, or it could be a drawing of somebody. And the only way to tell that picture is in fact in the image of somebody, is to go show that that somebody exists, right? Just the picture existing doesn't prove that it's a picture of somebody.
Okay, I love this. I love that you're going down this rabbit hole with me, because I had an idea, and I'm gonna kind of see if it works. But so we draw this picture, and we show that this person. We show you the person. We have no idea who the person is. However, in some one strange, like, turn of events, we find the person that exists on the paper. Like, even the strange line in the eyebrow that thought, oh, that can't be a thing, is actually a thing. How this theoretical argument, would that
Was
be
that a dig at queer
a
people who have
miracle,
like the
or
slit
would
in
it
the eyebrow,
be
by the
like
way?
a strange phenomenon?
Was it?
I don't know. Maybe not.
So that
I'm just not following, Josiah. It's not.
I know.
Restate.
It's not tracking, because here's the thing. We have all of the anecdotal evidence for gravity. We have the anecdotal evidence for matter. We have anecdotal evidence for...
Would you call that evidence anecdotal?
I'm so sorry. We have like
empirical?
hard empirical evidence for all of these, different scientific means. However, the strange thing about God is the evidence that we're looking for cannot be marked or measured, because there is not a science that exists to prove the true nature of God. Even like comparing, it's literally comparing.
So then what's the evidence that God exists?
Triangles to oranges, because they're two totally different things. One is a actual tangible thing that you can eat, and one is just you can eat a triangle, but I'm not sure it would taste that good.
It's called pizza, my guy.
Say that again.
It's called pizza.
Oh, sure, but even with the comparing pizza to oranges, we have to admit that the science behind whatever we're trying to prove, we just don't have it yet.
So then there's.
I'm
so you're
not
saying that we
trying to
don't
say
have the
that
evidence
God.
for God.
But wait. Okay, Josiah, why do you believe in God? Because maybe the reason you believe is compelling enough to make us believe.
I love this argument. Okay.
It's an argument.
I have three reasons. One, consequences. There are consequences to action, and the consequences of consciousness is one that I'm really into at the current moment. Specifically the morality, if that makes sense. That's one.
Morality. I'm so confused.
You
believe in God because of God's morality?
I believe in God because there is morality, if that makes sense.
Do you think morality is objective or subjective?
Morality is... this is a hard... So it's not hard to answer, but okay, it is objectively measured, yes.
How do you objectively measure morality?
You can objectively measure morality based upon what is for layman's terms, what is good and what is evil.
Do you use a moralometer? God, that was hard to say.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know what we would like. You said we can objectively measure it, but like, by what tool would we do this? Whether an internal tool or an external tool, like, what do we?
This would be based on the consequences of the actions.
So you're a consequentialist?
That are. Say that again.
So you would be a consequentialist, not a. You wouldn't believe in Christian morals.
Deconstructionalist. Let's put it there. Do you know about deconstructed Christianity or deconstruction of the Christian thought?
I know about a deconstructed sandwich. It's when you put all the ingredients on the plate, but you don't combine them and you make the customers do it. Is that what deconstructed Christianity is?
Well, close. I would say it is taking what has been a part of like the nomenclature of Christianity. And
let me try to boil this down to you with an example, Josiah.
Okay.
Do you believe theft is wrong?
Yes.
Like, just objectively stealing is wrong?
Correct.
Do you believe a mother who steals baby food for her babies did an immoral thing?
No. You can't steal food if we have a surplus of it.
Okay, low-key based comrade. But I'm just but wait, okay. kind of got me on that one. I don't really know that was low-key kind of based as fuck. Okay, let me try a different one. God damn, no. Go ahead, Blitz. It's on you now. He got me there.
I know, I'm good.
That was based as shit.
That's good.
Okay, then how?
Christian
okay,
socialism. Let's go.
Let's think of it this way. How do you know theft is wrong?
Thank you for asking that. We know theft is wrong primarily because it belongs to someone, and if the act of taking or stealing, it takes a lot of, I don't know, it takes someone to do this act of intentionally removing something from someone that is malicious. It's malicious in nature. Whenever you see a kid run with, a bag of Cheetos that they shouldn't have, they laugh maniacally. That's
okay. I'm gonna try another example real quick. Let's say I see a billionaire walking down the street. Elon Musk is walking down the street, and he drops $100 bill out of his pocket, and I pick it up and keep it. Did I do an immoral act?
Because you named Elon Musk.
Come on.
And I
shit.
I hate him with every fiber of my being. I'm going to say yes, because you didn't shoot him in the back of the head.
I'm bleeping that out in the replay. Just FYI. Jesus Christ.
How do you feel about a certain man
bro.
named Luigi?
Okay, let's not get me demonetized on my platforms here.
Well, we're talking about Mario's brother, obviously. Don't.
Okay, but in just in the hypothetical, Josiah, let's say it's a really wealthy person. We won't put a name or a net worth on them, and they drop $100 bill, and I take it and keep it. I see them drop it, so I know it's theirs. So I take it and keep it. Did I do something immoral?
I would say yes, and you've also done yourself a disservice, because moral good tends to tell us to say, hey, if you drop something, even if you don't know who this person is, tap them on the shoulder, say, hey, you dropped this. And if they were a billionaire or a millionaire, then, I mean, who's to say they wouldn't say, oh, you can keep it, or, oh, thank you so much, here's another $500,000. You know,
Okay. Let's roll with that. Hold on. Let's roll with that. Let's roll with that. Hold on. That's totally good.
Mm-hmm.
So you think I did a moral bad. I think I did a moral good. Now, how do we determine who's correct?
Love this. So if you, at the end of the day, if you feel fine with taking something that doesn't belong to you, then that is totally fine by you. I am not your judge. I am not your arbiter. I am not
Well then, morality is not objective, Josiah.
Here's my thing. It still is, even when people choose not to objectively follow morals.
No, it isn't. Because because we disagree on what right now. What you're saying is my morality is objective, but I disagree with you on what is or is not moral, like on a basic universal level.
And even in that disagreement, there is still proof that, or, well, here, would you argue that what you did was take something that you earned or you rightfully gained?
Probably not, but what does that matter?
Yours?
Was it rightfully mine? No. But I don't think I
So
did
then
something
you agree
immoral
with
by
me?
taking it. No.
You agree with being immoral?
No, I don't believe it was immoral. I might not have believed it was rightfully mine, but I don't believe it was an immoral act to take it. Let me give you the flip. Let's say I see a houseless person, somebody who's destitute and down on their luck, and they drop $100 and I keep that. Now I think it's immoral.
Definitely immoral.
Yeah, I don't think the other way. I don't think if I see a billionaire and that billionaire drops $100, I don't think that's immoral to take.
Well, here's another question I would have for you. Do you believe genocide is good or bad?
Sorry.
Were you here for the other conversation with the Hitler guy?
I don't think any genocide is good.
You don't think any genocide is good?
No.
Why not?
Because a genocide would mean by nature you're killing people that are innocent because you're going to indiscriminately kill anyone. So I don't think there's a justified reason to kill innocent people.
So you hit a word there. You said you don't feel that it's so. Again, your feelings, are they factual or are they based in?
Well, I believe that morality is subjective. So I believe all morality is mind dependent. So all morality would be some semblance of how we feel about a certain action because it's mind dependent. It's not mind independent.
And that is my argument of why God exists. It took a long train to get there, but long and short of it, that is why I believe God exists. And there's another nugget in there that I don't think we'll have time to get to. That feeling happens based upon, it depends on what denomination you believe, but the main
Josiah, I hate to interrupt you, but you recognize you didn't substantiate anything, right? Like you didn't prove any points here.
I know, and I hate to say that the thing that you're trying to argue is not provable yet. But I'm grateful for the 20 minutes that I had with you. This was actually like the highlight of my new year. So thank you so much for even entertaining my babblings.
Okay. I hope people are nice in the comments of the video when we post this, because you seem like a nice person.
If they're not, then they're morally evil. But outside of that, thank you.
Okay. No problem. Thanks for calling in. Had me in the first half there, not gonna lie. Lost me in the second half. You're muted, Blitz.
God.
I used to do that way more, and then I got a foot pedal. Man, foot pedal is the dream.
Oh.
So I can keep my hands right here.
So how does
Not
a
muted.
foot pedal connect
Not
to
muted.
your...
It's a Stream Deck pedal, so it links up to the Stream Deck app, and then you can just connect that to the
You have a whole proper setup.
Oh yeah, 3 computers, 1 camera.
3 computers?
3 screens. Sorry, 3 screens. I will have 2 computers soon because I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade to have a streaming PC and a non-streaming PC so I can game a little easier. I have 2 Stream Decks plus the pedal. Yeah, I got a whole.
I don't even know what a Stream Deck is.
Oh, Stream Decks are goated if you stream. Goated.
All right.
Okay, we have one more debate call, guys, and then wait, I have to put that note in Josiah's to censor the talk about Exin.
Sorry.
Elon. Guys, get those calls in. We have office hours. So far, there are no calls are for Blitz. They're all for like me on some of the stuff that I talk about. So get some calls in. Let's get those office hours calls in. You guys beg me for office hours, and here they are. 219-327-8005. We will do the giveaway, the Twitch giveaway before office hours. But call in for those office hours calls. Get those super chats in. Let's do the dang diddly. Let's take the last debate call here. Final call up on the show today is going to be Jay. Jay is a Christian and says there is compelling evidence for God. So Jay, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Hi, my name is Jay. My pronoun is he, him.
All right, and your age?
I'm 40.
Okay, cool. Now, Jay, you say there is compelling evidence for God. Why don't you go ahead and tell us that evidence?
Well, the compelling evidence, I believe, is what's in the Bible, what's written in the Bible, right? And there's so many things that are there that prove the existence of God. So that's where I would like to start. Just the things that the Bible say, the things that says going to happen, the prophecies, the archaeology, the evidence from just things that have happened in terms of history that they've dug up, and nothing that they've dug up has actually proven the Bible false. So that's what I would like to discuss.
Sure. I mean, I would argue that no prophecies from the Bible have been fulfilled. At least no messianic prophecies.
Well, why would you say that?
Because a bunch of them have not come true. Which ones have?
Well, all the ones regarding Jesus' birth have come true, like just him being born, when he was being born, when he was going to be baptized.
When was Jesus born?
The timing of
And
when
what's
he
the
was going to be
prophecy
born,
about
right?
Jesus' birth? What is the
okay,
prophecy about Jesus' birth?
So actually the one prophecy I wanted to talk about was actually in Daniel chapter 2. Are you guys familiar with that chapter?
Well, pull it up.
Let's pull it up. Yeah. Which prophecy are you talking about?
So in this chapter, in Daniel chapter 2, is a prophecy, or actually it's a dream that King Nebuchadnezzar had,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't understand the dream that he had received, and so he went to Daniel, who was part of the group that was, held captive in Babylon, and they believed to Daniel because they believed that Daniel had a relationship with God, and they said, here's Daniel, he can interpret these dreams, and all these wise men were basically lives were at risk if he didn't tell what the king dreamed and what the dream meant. And so Daniel prayed to God, and he said, Lord, help me to give me understanding, help me to know what to say to this king, and give me the right words. And what happened is God answered his prayer and gave him the exact dream that the king had. And then Daniel went to the king, explained to the king.
What was the prophecy, though? Like,
I'm coming to it. I was just giving a little background. But so, yeah, basically he came to the king and told the king, like as you read in Daniel chapter 2, verse 36, and he says, this is the dream. And so he saw a statue, right, in the dream. The head was gold. The chest was, silver. The thighs was, bronze. And then the legs were iron. And then the feet were iron and clay. And then there was a rock that came and hit the statue on the feet, destroyed the whole image of the statue, turned into a great mountain. And then that was the end of the dream. And so the question was, what does this dream mean? Right? And Daniel went on to explain that each of the things that he saw in this dream represents a kingdom that's going to come up on the world. And then he said, you, King Nebuchadnezzar, you are that head of gold. And then after you will come another kingdom, which he described, which would be the Medes and the Persians, right? And then after the Medes and the Persians was going to be the next kingdom upon the earth, which would be the third kingdom.
But it doesn't actually say
Greek.
it doesn't actually say the Medes and the Persians, right?
Well, it does later on in Daniel, right? But that is the next kingdom, though, right?
Does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't ever specify the kingdoms by name.
It doesn't specify the kingdoms by name, but that was the kingdom that took over Babylon.
But then that prophecy isn't saying anything. It's just a prophecy that's saying, hey, your kingdom's going to fall and another kingdom's going to take over. Oh, wow. It's almost like human history has always done that. This isn't a prophecy that proves anything.
It does. If you go to Daniel, I mean, I do want to go outside of Daniel to if you go into like a whole study of everything, but like it does say like in Daniel chapter 7, Daniel has his own vision, but he sees the same sequence of events and he sees it explained in a different way, right? Rather than an image, now he sees animals, right?
But again, no actual country is named here. No kingdom is named. And if we want to go even further, go ahead, Blitz.
I was just going to say, this would be like if I said, at some point in the future, America will fall and another nation will rise up. And then at some point in the future of that nation will fall and another nation will rise up. Like, okay, yeah, I'm a prophet now. I don't know.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's.
But real quick, going even further, this prophecy is not yet fulfilled because there's a final point of this prophecy, and that final point is that God is going to create an eternal kingdom that will never pass away after all of the human kingdoms are done. That hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, but the fact is, this prophecy could be very easily proven false if it went out. It is proven. For example, right?
No, wait. Your prophecy does not dictate a sequence. It is vague and it's vague, and so you're putting a sequence into it. They never say Babylon. They never say Persian. They never talk about the Greeks. They never talk about the Romans. They never do any of this. You're just assuming these are the countries they meant because this is the countries that showed up. The prophecy never says. Now, if this prophecy in the Bible was like, hey guys, a Persian Empire is going to rise, then that will fall, then the Romans are going to show up, and then the Greeks are going to show up. If it did that, shit, I would be impressed. But it didn't.
But it does do that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, well, first of all, it does say King Nebuchadnezzar is the head of gold, so that is Babylon. He represents Babylon, right?
Yes, because that was the current empire. Like, oh, duh, they were going to have him be first. That is the current empire.
Perfect. But this is the thing, though, right? Daniel lived through these first two empires, right? He lived during the time of Babylon, and he also lived during the time of the Medes and Persian Empire.
King Nebuchadnezzar's dream does not dictate what country will come after him or what kingdom will come after him. Doesn't say it.
By the way, if you just look at Daniel chapter 2, verse 39, something's explicitly false here. It says, "And after thee shall rise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth." There were no kingdoms that have ruled over all of the earth. It's just false.
No, I think maybe that's your interpretation of it. But those kingdoms at the time, Nebuchadnezzar, like
after you, another kingdom will arise inferior to yours. Next, a third kingdom, although this says bronze, will rule over the whole earth. What translation of the Bible would you like me and Butz to be using currently?
So this is the thing. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, here. Okay. Let's go with what you said at the beginning, right? Okay, so you said that it doesn't say explicitly what those kingdoms.
No. Touch on what Blitz said. The fact that it explicitly.
No, I'm going to touch on it. I'm going to touch on it.
I don't care about what I said. I'll concede. It says the country. I don't care. I want to focus on what Blitz said.
Okay, so then after Babylon came the Medes and the Persian, and then after them they were defeated by the Greece Empire, and they ruled the whole world.
No, they didn't.
Alexander the Great took pretty much control of the whole world.
No, he didn't.
There was no kingdom that was not under his rule.
This is an entire lie.
Okay, tell me why it's a lie.
Because there were tons of places that were not under his control.
For example?
China?
No, that was under his control.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
They reported into him like he was leading the whole world. Like he was the kingdom that was
No, they didn't.
No.
It's kind of like the U.S., almost like the U.S. now. Like, it's a superpower in a sense, right?
No. Like incorrect?
You'd have to go research it
what about
and see,
the
but
Olmecs?
it definitely was.
Right? What about the Olmecs? The Olmecs existed around the same time as Alexander the Great?
He didn't control any kingdom in Central or Southern or Latin America, like Southern America. He didn't control any of the tribes in indigenous America in Northern America.
He didn't control anything in sub-Saharan Africa. He didn't control anything in East Asia. He basically controlled North Africa, the Middle East, and Europe.
No,
like we can just go pull up.
Then after that. Yeah, I mean, you could Google, like, you see how large the kingdom is.
He didn't even have all of India. His troops wouldn't go east. He didn't control all of India, even. What are you talking about?
He didn't even control like the Arabian Peninsula.
We even know in modern. He didn't
even control Italy.
He controlled, if we're talking about like what these places are now, it was Greece, Turkey, Egypt, Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Bulgaria, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. That's it. That's what he controlled. He didn't control anywhere else.
His influence, his rule stretched across the whole world.
No, it didn't.
Where are you reading this?
Based on what?
All right. Okay.
Let's move on. Alexander the Great's empire.
No. I'm sorry. We're not moving on. This disproves your entire point that you called in about.
No, but the prophecy is about the kingdoms of the world, right?
The prophecy is that the third kingdom will rule over the entirety of the earth, and that's not true.
Well, we agree to disagree. At least my view is he did rule over the whole world, and you're saying that he didn't.
Sorry, your view is wrong.
Just Google it.
Your view is literally wrong. What are you talking about? We're going to agree to disagree.
Wait a minute. Do you think that Alexander the Great got to South America?
So the known world at the time.
We're not talking about no. This doesn't say the known world. It says the whole world, not just the known. And by the way, known world was only known to like people on that side. People on the other side
knew about.
What do you mean?
So, but what I mean by that is that they're not having a influence on world events. They're not dictating the things that are happening.
So they didn't control the whole world.
They controlled it, but they did. They controlled it through all their. Through their generals, and all that. He had full control over that area. Like his empire stretched, like there was those empires existed, but they existed under him, is what I'm trying to say.
No, they didn't. They
existed independently, but they were ruled by him.
You are
he had control over that.
You are quite literally wrong. And I really you're wrong to the point that you're 40 years old and you should not be wrong about this.
All right.
God, I'm 8 years away from 40.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Oh, you can check it out, research it some more. But that prophecy does talk about all these.
I just looked at a map. I literally was just looking at a map.
Let's see if I can pull one up.
Okay.
Map of Alexander the Great's Empire.
The Great's.
Wow, this is not a lot of area. I'm just gonna let you know. It's
big.
A lot.
It is big. It's impressive.
But compared to the world, not even close, dude. He didn't exist in any of what is now Japan, none of what is now Russia. Most of Europe, including Italy. Italy was right. Italy was like, fucking boat ride away. Not even. He didn't get Italy. So, like, dude, I don't know why.
His influence.
Sorry. The verse doesn't talk about a kingdom's influence. It says they will rule over the whole earth. Not they'll have influence, but they will rule. You are twisting yourself backward.
What do you understand by the word rule?
Rule means you have control. So here's an example. The United States has influence over a lot of Europe because we're trading partners, because our culture goes over there. We have no say on European policy because we don't rule them.
Okay. I see where you're going to that.
So like right now, what you're doing is what a lot of Christians do. You're doing apologetics. Instead of going, hey, I was wrong about this in the Bible, you're twisting yourself into a knot to try to disprove, or you could just admit, oh shit, this prophecy wasn't fulfilled.
No, but I think you're losing the forest from the trees, right? You're focusing on this particular
because it proves
item.
The prophecy.
I'm saying to you, the prophecy
so
prophecies.
Wait, Jay. So when prophecies, one, the history of the world being that when empire falls, another takes its place is not any fucking history. That's not proving anything. That's just how societies work. When one society falls, another takes its place. Second, what you're doing is you're going, my prophecy is true, except for all these parts of my prophecy that aren't true. In fact, what's happening is, like, let's say a prophecy shows up and it says, hey, the next prophet will be born in America. They will be a basketball player. They will be have an IQ of 275, and they will make the best pancakes in the world. And here comes somebody who was born in America, who does play basketball, but their IQ is 6 and their pancakes taste like dog shit. And you would go, they fulfilled the prophecy, guys. And I would go, no, they didn't. That's what you're doing right now.
I see your point in terms of what you're saying. However, you're missing details that are contained in the book of Daniel, right? Like the book of Daniel, like this is just one chapter that explains this image. As I mentioned to you before, the whole book of Daniel contains prophecies that explain this and goes into more detail. This is like the highest level, right? Like if you go into Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 8, Daniel chapter 9, it gives more details on this very specific prophecy. So that's what I was saying to you. Like, if you go into Daniel chapter 7, it talks about the same kingdoms upon the earth, and it gives more details. And you go to Daniel chapter 9, Daniel chapter 10, like, that, again, adds more details to that very specific prophecy. And this was written in the time of Daniel, right? The book of Daniel is BC, long before Christ, right? So this is hundreds of years before Christ.
Yeah,
these empires spoken of, and the details that are there. And I'm saying that is the compelling evidence.
Jay, the apologetics here is so lazy. Like, it's just straight up lazy. Your arguments.
I mean, I'm not going into details. Like, I mean, I can get into more details if you want me to, but I'm saying the point that I'm trying to make. You ask the conversation was the point.
The point is the prophecy wasn't
fulfilled. Is there
fulfilled.
compelling evidence for God, right?
The point is there's no compelling evidence that people that were alive saw the rise and fall of empires and then said, "Oh man, I guess empires rise and fall." That's not compelling evidence.
No, but the key thing about these empires, right? The ones that are mentioned here, King Nebuchadnezzar, for example, when these events occurred, right? He made a confession and said, "Yes, there is a God," and he wrote that down on stone. Right?
This is so
Same thing
lazy,
happened
dude.
in the
Jesus Christ. This is so lazy.
Can you hear him?
Okay, do you want me to go into the verse?
Yeah, can you not hear him anymore?
With you?
Yeah, I'm getting horrible audio.
Oh, hold on. Let me try to fix that for you real quick, Blitz. Give me 1 second. Oh, we lost you, Blitz.
Are you still there?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
My B.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, is he gone?
No. He's still here. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, because it was.
Here we go.
The audio was rough.
All right, you should be able to hear him now.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear him now?
Yeah, I can hear him just fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can hear you now. Are you gonna make more lazy arguments?
No. I was gonna say at the end of Nebuchadnezzar's rule, right? Like if you continued in the book of Daniel, it actually shows his confession and his transformation, where he left from basically not believing in God at all.
I don't care that Nebuchadnezzar ended up believing in God. That doesn't prove God. One man.
But the thing is, he wrote that down. That's what I'm saying. The compelling evidence is he wrote that down.
That's not evidence of God existing. That's evidence that someone wrote down that God existed. That's not evidence of God existing.
But this is where I'm going now, right? The fact that he did that shows that the events that occurred and the things that happened in his life are true and are real.
No, it's not. Quite literally, that's not how that works. But thanks,
so let me ask you a different question then.
Jay, I can't handle you proved that you were dishonest, like intellectually dishonest and incapable of admitting when you were proven wrong about something. I'm gonna move on, dog. We've been talking for 20 minutes, and there's no reason to continue this conversation. So stay frosty. Stay believing in your fairy tale. I don't have the energy. if you're gonna be that dishonest, bro. But Alexander the Great did rule everything. Fucking what?
Also, apparently the Persians had a larger amount of land under their control, which was supposed to be the Second Empire. And so if it was just referring to the control over the known world or whatever, rather than the full world, then why didn't it say that the Persian Empire had that as well, when the Persians had a larger empire than Alexander the Great did? It's kind of weird.
We're going to do office hours now, guys. So if you want to call in to ask me and Blitz literally anything you want, now is the time. But first, we're going to do our giveaway. We're going to do our giveaway for our Twitch chat. So Twitch, I hope you're ready. If you're in Twitch chat, you're going to have 5 minutes to enter this giveaway when it starts, okay? 5 minutes. And the winner will receive a Bradley's Baddie sweatshirt, a Bradley's Baddie hoodie. So we're going in for a hoodie right now. So if you want to win that hoodie, remember, if you are subscribed, you get 2 entries. So if you're subscribed, you get 2 entries. We're going to start that giveaway right now. All you got to do is type !enter. While that runs, I'm going to go pee. Blitz, we had a lot of fucking calls today, by the way.
Yeah, we did.
Holy shit. I'm used to getting like 3 or 4. Maybe 3 p.m. is the time I need to be streaming it. God damn.
It's on Twitch, isn't it?
the giveaway.
I'm like sneakily trying to enter the giveaway on YouTube.
Yeah, the giveaway.
Chat.
The giveaway's on Twitch.
Rest in peace.
Ugh. Let me go pee, and then when I get back, we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll finish up with office hours.
Hey, take off your headphones.
No.
Damn it. All right, y'all. I'm going to put up. Oh, I got this. Hold on. Let me get a piece of paper and I'll write stuff out.
I shouldn't have said shit. That's crazy. Okay, guys, keep getting get those office hours calls in. Come on, get some calls in for Blitz. Why don't we? Don't make it all me.
Definitely don't make it all Jovan. That'd be really weird.
I'm gonna switch to our office hour background for our super chats as well. Hey.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what just happened.
Do you see the new scene?
I don't see anything. I just see you.
You just see me.
Yeah, I haven't seen the scene the whole time.
Oh my god. So you didn't see this has been there the whole time. I didn't know it was yeah, no, my bad. Holy shit.
I was just seeing your face.
I hadn't changed what the thing was. That's crazy. I'm gonna put a little note here to call for office hours. Hold on. While we let this how much longer do we have for the giveaway? Minute and 50 seconds for the giveaway, chat. 1 minute and 50 seconds for the giveaway. Who's going to win it? Okay, I need... what do I want to do? Let's do this. Okay. Sorry guys, I know I'm a little quiet, but I'm trying to get through everything. I want to add this. Oh, I hate it. I hate this. Hold on. I didn't end up liking it. What if I do just this one? I like this one more, but what is happening? There we go. Woo! Did it. That took a little bit. Giveaway still going, chat. Giveaway still going. You got 10 seconds. 106 people entered. No way in, no way out.
Only one will survive.
Only you can prevent office hour fires. There we go. I think I'm gonna have to start bring office hours in for every guest stream. I think that's a good way to do it. We're gonna pick our winner. Picking the winner here for the giveaway. Drum roll, please, Blitz. The winner is Fiona the Foxy. Fiona, you won the sweatshirt. Fiona, I need you to comment on the Twitch that you want it. If you want it, just say so. If you don't want it, yep. Okay, great. Making sure. Fiona, I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch with the link for your free sweatshirt, your hoodie. Guys, we could still theoretically, right? We could still theoretically get another. We're only $100 away from a second giveaway. So if you want a second Twitch giveaway, we could do that. We could get that. We could make that happen. I'll put the goal back on screen just so you can see it. But you might not be able to see it at all because it is, Make
it smaller. You know what? You could put it over my green screen thing.
Oh, yeah. That's perfect. There we go. If you guys want a second giveaway, if we hit that goal, we will do a second giveaway. You know what? Just because Blitz is here, it'll be a second hoodie. I'll give away a second hoodie if we hit that.
Let's go. We love hoodies.
Okay. Let's start our office hours here. First, we're gonna read a couple of super chats first, but this is office hours. Office hours is a thing we do here where we answer your questions, and as opposed to debates, we're gonna talk to the audience as opposed to just like random debating. So first, we're gonna read a couple of super chats before we get into those. Just because there are people that have super chatted today, and I want to make sure that I say hi to our fabulous super chatters. So first up from Poopman Jones said to Dr. Blitz, two Dr. Blitz streams in one day, I'm fully lamped. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not gonna cancel my own live stream. And this is a good time that works for Jovan, so why not?
Yeah, apparently this is a great time for me. I had a bunch of calls.
Yeah.
From Duke of Shastka said, still better than the argument from a set of balls. You guys got to make sure when you're commenting in super chats on the debates that are happening, tell which debate you're talking about. Because otherwise...
This was a reference to a debate I did yesterday.
Oh, is it? Oh, sick.
Yeah, a guy was talking about... I posted a video shilling for myself called Muslim Can't Stop Talking About Balls, because the entire time he was talking about, what if you have an infinite number of balls? If you take 2 balls, it's the whole time.
I got 2 balls. Katie Ironfist said, Dirk can't understand analogies. He sure can't. He sure can't. And then Katie again said, Dirk confirmed that God is a pervert. We agree. God is a poivoit. Let's bring up our first office hour call. Coming up to ask some questions, we have Luna. Luna's pronouns are she, her, everybody. So Luna, welcome into office hours. Why don't you go ahead and ask us your question?
Hi. I just wanted to ask on your definitions of man and woman and trans man and trans woman. I was trying to have like a conversation the other day, and I couldn't quite recall the exact definitions you use, and I can't really find them anywhere. So
sure. So for man and woman, the definition I use do come from my friend Katie at Katie Trashwell. If you guys know, Katie debates with me all the time. The definition would be for man and woman interchangeably. I'll just like say for woman, it would be an adult human whose gender identity aligns with their personal schema on the female sex, and then vice versa for male sex for man. If I was going to define trans woman, it would just be a woman whose gender identity does not align with her sex assigned at birth.
Okay. those make sense. Just want like clarification. I also had a question for Blitz.
Sure, go right ahead.
What do you think of like Mike? You do philosophy, right? I'm not 100% sure.
I don't do philosophy, but I sometimes talk about it.
Okay. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and it was about trans people and their existence in society, and they kept bringing up like micro philosophy terms. I'm not really sure. They kept
micro philosophy.
Right. I have no clue. They were trying to like break it down to its most fundamental level rather than thinking on a broader level. Like they took out the utilitarian part of it and they were trying to break it down more and more and more.
But was there a question in there that I missed?
Oh, Luna, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, what was the question you had specifically?
I don't think I really had a question. I think it's just more of like it's boggling me.
So what I can offer you is there's and this is useful for everybody to know about. I think it's every like 5 years or something, or maybe it's even every year. There's a survey done of professional philosophers. It's called the Phil Papers Survey. If you just type in PHIL Papers Survey, you'll find them. And one of the questions on the 2020 Phil Papers Survey was, how do you view gender? Is gender psychological? Is it real? Is it biological? Or is it social? And what you'll find is that the majority of philosophers accept or lean towards the view that gender is social. 29% accept or lean towards it being biological, 63% accept or lean towards it being social, 21% accept or lean towards it being psychological. And so, like, it is just the view amongst the majority of philosophers that this is a social construct, and it's a view amongst the rest, a majority of the rest of them, that it's, that, or at least by a large plurality of the rest of them, that it's a psychological phenomenon, which, absolutely gives you justification for trans identity.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just like the conversation I was having with this person was not fun.
Well, it rarely is with transphobes.
Yeah. Well, thank y'all for taking my call and answering my questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for calling in, Luna. You have a good rest of your day. Let's do a couple more super chats. Couple more super chats. Once I pull this back up. Here we go. From Gary Rizpiki said, bye, Dirk. That was when he booted Dirk. Good for him. William says, Dr. Blitz, can you green screen something cool? Jovan, how you doing? You popcorn hating commie. Oh, wait. Leave me alone.
First of all, do you hate popcorn?
Yeah, I don't like popcorn. Gets
Have
in my
you tried
teeth.
it with like excessive amounts of butter?
Yeah, I don't like the kernels getting in my teeth. I don't like it. I don't think we should be eating corn in
flossing?
general, by the way.
Have you tried flossing?
Yes, but I don't like the feeling of them in there.
Okay.
But we should not be
I
eating
would
corn.
green screen something cool. Yeah, well, okay. We have to talk about that. But I would green screen something cool, but my green screen effect wasn't being cooperative, so.
I think any food we eat in which it comes out fully formed, we shouldn't eat that food.
So like lettuce?
Yeah, shouldn't eat lettuce if it comes out fully formed. If it doesn't digest,
Isn't that
your stomach can't digest corn?
Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. No. Actually, no, you can. What you see in the, and this is going to be gross and disgusting, but what you see in the toilet is the shell of the corn filled with your excrement. You digest the insides. It's just the outside shell that you don't
That might
digest.
make it worse. I'm going to be honest with you. That might make it worse. Poop Man, God damn it, fitting name. Poop Man Jones said, Dr. Blitz, please make a shirt for us Illuminati.
I'll work on merch. I'll put it on my priority list.
Yeah. Yep. One more super chat, then we'll take the next call. Blonde Nightmare said, Dr. Blitz, I missed the book title. Can you give it again? Gotta add it to my Kindle. Yeah,
book is The Battle of the Big Bang. Or I guess there's no the. It's just Battle of the Big Bang. It's by Niyesh Afshordi and Phil Halper. But if you just type in Battle of the Big Bang, you'll find it. It came out recently, so it's like in recent results and all that stuff.
W book. We're gonna take the next call. So let's bring up the next person. I'm gonna skip around in office hours just so I get questions that are specific to everybody. Coming up is Winnie. You guys know Winnie. Winnie is a call screener for me over here. Winnie, she, her. Winnie, you have a question for Blitz. Is that correct?
I do. Hello. How are you?
Hi, Winnie. We good.
Howdy.
We're good. First and foremost, shout out to YouTube chat. Most of you are cool. And here we go. Here's the question. This is on behalf of my spouse. They are looking to find out if free will can exist, if every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So, like, are there exceptions to that, like Newton's third, that would allow us to have free will?
I mean, no. But if you're trying to find, maybe. Look, the thing is if you want free will to exist, then you have to break the laws of physics. Like that's it's just what it is, because otherwise your brain is just your brain is made of stuff, and stuff obeys the laws of physics every single time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a law. So if you want genuine free will, you got to violate the laws of physics. Which, if you believe in magic, then anything goes, right?
Oh my God! Oh no! So I'm wrong. All right. Well, you've settled an argument here in the Rose House. So, God damn it.
Apologies. I wish I could have been on your side.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I've got many tissues to cry into. Don't worry. Okay, great. Well, Honey Bunny, do you have further thoughts on that you want additional clarification on? That's a no. Hey, gentlemen, have a great night. And Twitch chat sucks. Pillow,
all right,
I love you.
Winnie.
Bye.
Hey, Winnie, before you leave.
Yeah.
Yes. I think this is the best way to announce it. After stream today, we're watching Five Nights at Freddy's 2 in the Discord.
Let's go.
So if you want to join that, we're doing it after stream. If not, sucks to suck. Bye, Winnie.
Yeah,
That's
bye.
exciting. Oh, my headphones.
Hold on, Blitz's headphones died, so we're gonna.
I can hear again. I can hear again.
Sweet.
We're good.
Sweet. W. You guys heard it here first. If you're in the Discord, we're gonna watch Five Nights at Freddy's 2 in the Discord tonight. So be there or be square. Couple more super chats. Why don't we? From Katie Iron Fist again said, I believe in God because my mouth moves. Simon. Low key though, it's so true. Like low key. From Relax with Russell ASMR said, you're not painting a picture, you're muddying the waters to make it seem deep. Hi, Jovan, first time chatting, are catching you live. Sup, Dr. Blitz. Next up from Katie Einfors again said, Hagen, read that book that said done. Hagen read that book. I don't like that read and read are written the same way. Hagen read that book that said dinosaurs were alive during Jesus' time and stopped thinking at that very moment. Okay, where are we at? Hagen was not a troll, right? He was just genuinely...
I don't know. Like, look, when people say that, like, I'm dumb or I'm not intelligent, like, when people say that about themselves, it just makes me feel bad thinking that they're real, because, like, imagine living with that and then just knowing, like just having this view of yourself. And it's one thing if somebody just has, like, a bad self-esteem, but they're actually, like, normal intelligence or even smart. But just imagine knowing that it's true, and like that just sucks.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. Like, how does a person like that keep themselves alive?
Like, it's not hard.
Hagen, this might be a little mean, but I'm going to say it. Hagen seems like the type who would put metal in a microwave. Just me. Anyway, let's do like 2 more super chats and we'll Poop Man Jones again said, could have sworn the dinosaurs were after Jesus. And Katie Einfors again said, I never want to be 18 again. This is dumb. Let's just get through Katie's. Said being this uneducated is a choice at some point. And said Jovan diagnosing people for the win. Oh yeah, because we ended up diagnosing him with sleep paralysis. What the fuck even is today? I didn't show any of those on screen, did I?
No, you didn't.
Oops, here they were. Sorry, guys. Let's take the next caller for office hours. Next is Fiona, who I'm pretty sure is the same Fiona who just won the hoodie giveaway. Fiona, pronoun she, her. Fiona, hello, congratulations on your hoodie.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I saw that and I'm like, oh my God, I got it ordered and everything. It's great. Thank you.
Phenomenal.
I just had a question because I've gotten my family to accept trans acceptance in our family, which is great. But my nephew is becoming a niece and he's 17 and they don't believe he should be trans because he's too young. And I don't know how to counter that. And I'm just confused on what I need to say.
Have you talked to them at all about have you talked to them at all about like how you felt as when you were a youth?
I have, and that's kind of bring up, as a kid, especially to my mom's husband, and it's like, yeah, of course I was, bringing that in. But the biggest issue is they don't think he has the cognitive or she has the cognitive ability to go forward with any transition care because they're too young. And it's been real hard to combat that because I just don't know what to say.
That's a tough one. I mean, if they don't even, if they won't even take your experience and your knowledge of having lived through it and how it felt for you, like it seems like they're on their face, just like what do they need? Cognizance of what? Kids know their identity. Kids are able to say who I am.
That's like exactly the thing. Yeah. That's exactly it. They don't believe his identity or her identity,
Yeah. How old is she?
17.
She's 17? Like, what do they expect? What? Okay. Now I got mad. Sorry. I just got mad at your family for a second there. What do they expect? Ask them what type of cognition do they think changes between a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old? Because I assume they would say when they're 18, they're old enough to make the decision.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
Yeah. So what do they think, biologically, what do they think is happening between 17 and 18? Because it's like, fuck all.
Well, the biggest issue is they're in Iowa, and it needs parental support for transitional care. And that makes it really hard, and they just don't want to sign off on it. That's my biggest issue.
I mean, at this point, I would be like, do you want to be in your child's life? Like, how long does she have to wait? Like
less than a year. I would say about 6 months. And then she can go to Planned Parenthood and just get informal care.
Yeah. So in 6 months, she will be able to just do it anyway. What is their issue? Like, what did it just say? It's like what you said. It sounds like they don't like that she's trans. That's all it really comes up to, because there is no other reason why at 17 they should be like 6 months away from 18. this just seems like an unreasonable position. Yeah, I don't think there's any logic in this.
Oh, it took a good year and a half for them to actually accept me, but it's been a very judgmental family. So I've gotten it to that point where they tolerate me, but they just, I don't know. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, I genuinely, I don't know, because it's such bullshit what you're telling me right now. I'm not too sure what the best way to go about it is, because they're giving you a completely illogical position. Just like fully illogical, you know?
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I figured I'd check. We're working through it. I got everything all planned in 6 months to have a bridal shower kind of thing. So welcome to your new life kind of.
Oh, that's great.
Birthday party. So we're getting there. It's just, I don't know. It's just so madness. It's what it is.
Yeah, I understand. Like I said, this just seems like a completely illogical stance. I don't really know a way to combat it for you, because it's so hard to logic someone out of a position they didn't logic themselves into.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me, but that's really all I wanted to ask you. Otherwise, I do want to thank you, especially you and Blitz both are one of the most knowledgeable people that I listen to all the time, and I'm glad you guys support not only trans care but like actual atheists, like Secular Student Alliance. I've been donating to them too as well.
Big W on that one, Fiona. And once again, congratulations on winning your hoodie.
Oh yeah, and living near a corn place, I don't understand why you don't like popcorn. It makes no sense.
I don't like it. I think if it's just a vehicle delivery for butter, I'll just eat a thing of butter.
It's a vehicle delivery for butter and salt. And jalapenos if you ask my wife, but it makes her stomach upset.
If I'm just going like butter and salt, there's a million other snacks I can eat that don't leave kernels in my teeth. I win. Thanks for calling in, Fiona. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye. Let's get through a few more of our super chats here. I'm gonna actually put them on screen this time. Reverend Nate said 18 years of the brain lacking oxygen explains why this caller is indistinguishable from a troll. Damn. Kane Malice said, damn, we got Jovan and DB. You did. And we will do this again. One of these days I would go on Dr. Blitz's platform, but I don't use TikTok. Especially I don't even know if I'm going to be posting on TikTok after the 22nd. Y'all will be brave if you continue doing that. Why the 22nd? That's when Oracle takes control. I'm not fucking with it.
I probably will. It's the major source of my income. So
no, yeah. If I post, I'll still post them, but I'm definitely not going to go on live on TikToks after the 22nd. But I don't fault anybody. I don't fault anybody that has to. I was lucky enough that I divested to YouTube and Twitch very early. So my base is here.
YouTube doesn't pay really anything for shorts.
Not for shorts, no.
And so all of my science content, it's currently a big chunk of income for me, but
yeah, they pay really good for long form,
like $2.
But they do not. Yeah,
they
absolutely do. They do not pay well for shorts at all. You know who surprisingly pays really fucking well for shorts? Facebook.
Yeah, but you got to get more than 70 followers. I currently have 70 followers on Facebook, I think.
Guys, go follow Blitz on Facebook.
Yeah, go do that.
Katie Iron Fist again said obligatory forest mention. We got to do it every stream, right?
Nice.
Centaur said I do as the crystal guides. #ILL. I understand the reference, by the way.
Okay, good.
I was listening. Remember, the headphones stay on during. Michael J. Money said, finally told my bro I was an atheist. He's still convinced churches are better than SNAP benefits, and it kills me. I don't trust any church. I also don't trust any church. I think churches have their usefulness, but I think they'd be more useful if they pay goddamn taxes. Thank you guys for the super chats. We'll go over the rest of the super chats soon. Let's go with the next call. Next up, we're going to talk to John, he, him. John has a question. John, welcome into the show.
Hola, persons. How you doing, Jovan? How you doing, Dr. Blitz?
Chilling, John.
Howdy.
What are your questions, friend?
Well, I have to. I just recently caught a Neil deGrasse Tyson, an educator I at least respect, video on the trip to Mars, which I knew was slightly ridiculous simply because, like, to go there, like, the first set of people kind of have to die, sort of thing. Like, that's the thing. And but then he laid it out, and I started laying it out, and I got like 2/3 of the way through the video and had to put it down because it was just like, holy cow. So like past the cancer-causing things that are on Mars, is there more stuff on Mars, Dr. Blitz, that we have to be worried about if we ever get there?
Well, look, so there's kind of a few things that are happening. First is it's a long trip. It's like 9 months.
Yeah. And we nearly do it like every 26 months or something like that.
Yeah. And the thing is you're exposed to a lot of radiation on the trip. Similarly, when you get to Mars, you will be equally well exposed to radiation on Mars because Mars doesn't have a magnetic field anymore. Or if it does, it has like an extremely tiny one. Our magnetic field, the Earth's magnetic field, protects us from a lot of solar radiation. Also, Mars has like basically no atmosphere. So you'd kind of die from that because you couldn't breathe. You would explode if you walked out like without wearing a pressurized suit. It's also because it has basically no atmosphere. On the hottest days in Mars, it can be, a few inches off the ground. It could be like, 50 degrees a few inches off the ground. But then it'll be like negative 50 degrees at your head. Because there's basically no atmosphere, so like it doesn't conduct heat very well from the surface to higher up. So there's a huge yeah. So like you'd have a really hard time just being there. Mars is not a great place. It might be like the second best place. Venus also might be a pretty good place, but like I don't know. Let's stay on Earth. Fix that instead of sending people to Mars.
Yeah, I mean, like when he started talking about like just like he laid it out like he started with the rocket problem, and I was just like, oh, so. Dude, we have to transport a lot of stuff there, and we're going to need a lot of rocket to do that, and a lot of fuel, and then when we get there, we're going to have to try and land everything, and we don't know if that's going to work because we've never tried landing in that atmosphere before.
Well, we've landed some rovers, but we haven't landed people.
Right. But like to scale. I mean, we landed the rover, yes. Yes, and the rover has produced oxygen, apparently. But that's not enough.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just like a pipe dream, It's crazy.
It is. It's
like people talking about going to Mars. And if we have all that technology, why don't we just fix our place?
Well, it is a different class of technology, but like it's definitely not a place that anybody's going to be comfortable living until and if the Mars is terraformed, which, I don't think that there's any plans in place to do that. I don't think that we currently know how to do that. So
yeah. And you said Venus. What about doesn't Venus have like a real like pressure problem? Like, are we capable of solving that?
Yes. The secret is that you just don't hang out on the ground. You hang out in balloons that are floating in the upper atmosphere. Because there, the temperature is, it's hot, but it's not like unbearably hot. And the air pressure is not like, air pressure decreases as you go up. And you'd be above the sulfuric rain clouds. So it's like, there are serious proposals to like, build human habitats and like floating basically in balloons or like that are floating on balloons in the upper atmosphere of Venus.
Right. Yeah. I'm a consumer of old science fiction, and they always reference the storms on Venus.
Mm-hmm. But you could sit above those.
Yeah. No, but that's yeah, and it all and like, does this make The Martian kind of bullshit? The movie?
Yeah, it's science fiction, but like
Yeah, I know, but they were touting that for the little kernel of fact behind everything in it, you know?
I mean, look, it was better than like a lot of science fiction, but it still is science fiction.
Okay, all right. I got you.
All right. Well, John, thank you so much for calling in for office hours.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. You're the best. Take care, Jovan.
Absolutely.
I agree with you on everything, so I had nothing for you, buddy. You know, the only thing I could have a quibble is communism, but I look at it kind of like veganism, that like it's the ethical choice, but I don't know if we're going to get there.
Yeah,
But
it's all
take care,
it's
guys.
all good. Don't even fret it. Thanks for calling in, John. All right, let's go through a couple more of these super chats. We're almost through all the super chats, so WW. From Poopman Jones again, follow the 10 lamp manments, EBTLL. The lamp thing took
Let's
over,
go.
didn't it? Duke of Shastka said false religion, hashtag RHFD. Scuba Steve said, see the light, you
I don't know what that word means. It might be a typo.
Hashtag ILL. We got a question. Question for DB. Question for Blitz. Could someone become a physicist without formal schooling? Hashtag I love lamp.
I mean, look, this is one of these things where, like, in principle, like, I guess pick up a textbook, read a bunch, and then start communicating with other scientists and start just producing original research. But practically speaking, I don't know if this has happened in the last 50 years. Like, the trouble is that some of the stuff, like, in order to break through into, modern physics, you either need the funding of a laboratory, and those are expensive, and they will only give you those to you if you have, a formal education, or you need to know super advanced stuff to be a theorist. And the best way to learn that, as far as we can tell, is to basically be an apprentice of a professor. That's what grad school is. So it's just not practical. Like, maybe it's possible, but I would never recommend somebody try, if only because it's, there are much easier ways.
Yeah, it's almost like who's that guy? There was a whole movie about it with Alan Rickman and I think it was Mos Def, about that guy, the doctor who never actually went to med school, but just like studied so much that he became a teacher. And then they eventually just gave him his medical license because of how much he knew. God, what was that movie?
Was that the one with Robin Williams?
No. It was something the Lord made. It was about Vivian Thomas. Vivian Thomas was a janitor who became a baby doctor. But like he
Oh, nice.
So it's actually a really good movie. Low key, really good movie. So go watch it. By the way, guys, call-in lines are closed. So call in. We have a couple more call-ins to get through for office hours, but if you have a question you didn't get a chance to call in, super chats are the only way those are going to get through now. Kane said Christians keeping it classy, hashtag I love lamp. And Relax with Russell again said it's insane how you have to lie to yourself and pretend words don't mean words to hold these beliefs. I mean, we saw that the most, I think, with that last caller. The fact that he's like, well, it didn't mean the whole world. Well, no, what the fuck did it mean then, bro? Let's take our next call. Next up is William. Pronouns are they, them. William, hello. Welcome to Office Hours with Jovan and Blitz. Dr. Blitz, my apologies.
Hi, hello.
It's okay. We're amongst friends.
William, what was your question for us today?
Oh, actually, I kind of thought of a different question for Dr. Blitz, but I'll ask the original one first, if that's okay.
I mean, you could do the Blitz question. I don't mind.
All right. For Dr. Blitz, first, I guess. Which do you have any idea on like which FTL systems might actually be closer to reality than not, like from science fiction? Out of curiosity.
Literally none of them.
Okay.
I mean, like
none of them at all have any. They're all basically all bunk.
So I mean, hyperspace is like made up. Like, there's no reason to think that hyperspace is a thing. Babylon 5 uses portals, right? That's like their whole thing. Or no, that's Stargate. I'm sorry. Stargate uses portals, and like that's supposed to be like wormholes, I think. But wormholes, like, they can't exist. Like, we have good reason to think that they can't exist. Star Trek uses a warp drive, and warp drives we have good reason to think that they can't exist. So like, there's not really anything in the realm of plausibility that for any of them. Like, we're probably stuck slower than light, which is sad, but you know, you can't break the law.
Fair. Jovan, my question to you is like, this is probably just because like my flavor of autism, I have trouble with like certain abstract things, and what is the difference functionally between say a class in society that obviously as a communist you're like no classes, and say going to the village elder who has obviously knowledge in herbs or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I can't word today.
It's super simple. It's just that they would be on the same level as everybody else. If you take a village elder, and for instance, and they're equal in that society to everybody else, you don't have class. If you take a village elder, and now because they're this village elder with this knowledge, they have some control and say over everybody else, that would now make a separation of class.
Okay, but like, don't. See, like, I guess I understand. Like, okay, so as long as like the elder's not like seen above people, like, in what way?
In any, really. Like, you can respect that elder.
Well, I mean,
but
like,
so, for instance, if I show up and I'm like, hey, I'm new to this village, and they're like, oh, cool. You have to listen to everything this village elder says and give him like 10% of your food. Well, now there's a class disparity here.
Okay, but instead of being like, you should go talk to the village elder, they happen to know all that usually goes on around here.
That would just be reverting to somebody who has a level of knowledge I don't have, which is fine. It doesn't mean I have to do what this village elder tells me.
Oh, okay. I think I understand that now. It's a little weird to think about in like more concrete terms for me, I guess. But I think it's just one of those things where it's my abstractness, my abstract projection brain is just kind of hard to map.
Yeah, if you want the Marxist answer, class has to be directly tied to like means of production. So it's going to be looking at a difference between the people that own those means and people who don't own those means. That's the more like Marxist answer. That
is the more direct answer. Okay, cool. That's it. Popcorn is awesome, and you are wrong for not liking it.
You're all wrong. Thank you for calling in, William.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. What is with you popcorn enjoyers here today?
You mean Americans? Red-blooded Americans?
Listen, if it makes me American to like popcorn, then I'm glad I don't. Zillinessi said, "Please move on. I feel gross," and we did. That was a call that was one of the many rape apologists we had on stream today. Kane, isn't communicating poorly on purpose just lying?
Good point.
Real. Katie said, sounds like we need to get Jovan a third screen for all the chats. I have 3 screens. I still can't monitor. I'm monitoring 5 chats.
At this point, I think I need at least 1 more, and I'm sitting with 3.
Yeah, I'm monitoring 4 chats. Like, I just accept that I won't see the chats like super easily. This was Katie's boot. Said essay apologist. I'm loading this up to boot when it's time because Clay is gross. Centaur, Clay needs to meet good old Chris Hansen. Why don't you have a seat right here?
Oof.
Centaur again, why don't you have a seat, Clay? Right here. Just have a seat right here. Katie said all my homies hate Clay. And Mike Z1, maybe? Just wanted to say that you are amazing humans doing all this work, Mike. They, them. Thank you so much, Mike. Next call. Here comes Daniel. He, him. Daniel, he, him. Daniel, what is your question?
Hi there. This is about, so I guess my question is, what do you think are the best short-term, relatively short-term steps to dismantle capitalism, and why is it taxing wealth inequality out of existence?
Say that second part of your question again.
What's the best way to get rid of capitalism, and why is it taxing wealth inequality out of existence?
Oh, okay. I don't actually think it's taxing wealth inequality out of existence. I think it would be a mass worker protest. I think a mass worker protest or a mass buying protest would do it.
Mm-hmm,
I think if we got together, and I think we got some, right? We got pretty close, but if we had a genuine effort where, what is it? It's like you only need 6% of people to topple an empire. What's that stat?
3% or something.
3?
Like that.
That's 3. See, 3 is crazy. But yeah, if we can just like get enough people to weaken the wallets as much as humanly possible, you people don't realize how much we could get done.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, I agree about the means for that, but like the initial goal for like what is our crowd demanding? I feel like the first thing we should demand is, just eliminating billionaires, eliminating basically any kind of, wealth inequality beyond a certain ratio.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we get that, we make our demand pretty simple. No private property ownership.
See, isn't that simple? Because that involves so what is the actual implementation of that?
That's what you're essentially saying, right? Because as long as private property ownership exists, people will be able to use that money to convince the government to get rid of that billionaire tax.
Wait, say that again?
As long as private property exists, people will be able to, because there's a reason why we always say that capitalism will always lead to cronyism. Because as long as private property exists, somebody who makes a bunch of money will just convince the people in charge of changing the laws to implement tax breaks. Case in point, the big beautiful bill,
No, I would say that's true about wealth inequality, is that the power that wealth represents and the power that, a concentration of private property, it sounds like just two different words of saying the same thing.
Well, wealth inequality is born out of private property ownership.
Right. But I feel like it's easier for most people to understand the concept of eliminating wealth inequality rather than it is for people to understand the concept of abolishing private property. So like a lot of people have trouble wrapping their heads around it, which is why I really worry about getting people on board with it and formulating a law clear enough that to be enforceable.
Well, I would say the same thing. It would just be tough to formulate a law that enforces the wealth inequality too. But I mean, it's whatever you want to call it. It's fine. But like at the end of the day, as long as private property is maintained, we're never going to see wealth equality end. There's no incentive to end it because the people who own the private property want to maximize profits.
No, okay. So what I'm proposing is like a wealth tax, not just like this wimpy little 1 or 2% wealth tax per year. I'm talking about a marginal rate of 100% beyond a certain ratio. So say you've got wealth that's X times the minimum income, you get to keep none of that. It's sort of like what people are joking about, you're a billionaire, ding, you won capitalism, you don't get to collect any more money. But like even a lower number than that. And, once the, concentrations of wealth ownership are gone, I feel like the power of private property is weakened a lot. And I'm very happy to abolish private property as the following step.
I think the thing you're missing is that if private property exists, they will create more wealth inequality. Unfortunately, private property, in my opinion, has to go first. Maybe not first, but it has to go because they will always try to reinvent. I mean, you got to think, we used to tax at 90%.
People that was an income tax, not a wealth tax.
Sure. I mean, I would argue that an income tax at that much is just taxing on wealth. But do you mean, like, when you say wealth, what do you mean?
Wealth, I mean the amount of property, no, the value of all the things, assets you own, all the real stuff.
Yeah, I personally don't think you should be taxed on like I'm actually against property taxes in some shape and form. I think it's just a way for the state to take from the wealthy when all of the stuff that's paid through property tax could be paid if we just allocated resources properly.
No, but yeah, what I'm saying is, so it technically is a tax, but what I'm envisioning is effectively it's functioning as a wealth limit, saying you can't own more than a set amount of stuff. So you can't own 100 hounds.
Sure,
but you can own
but that's what you're doing.
2 or 3 homes.
That's the abolishment of private property. If we're just saying it with a different name.
I know. Yes, I think calling it, a wealth limit is going to be a lot easier to sell to the, general population.
Yeah, I don't care what we call it as long as we do it.
Okay, great. Then I guess it's just semantics then.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in, Daniel, and hope you have a good rest of your day, friend.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, we're going to rush through some of these because we only got Blitz for like 10 more minutes. So we're going to rush through the rest of these super chats. No, you're good, man. I mean, it's been a long stream, so I don't blame you. Clay is a moral monster, and it's scary he allowed to mix with normal society. That was from Kieran Dave. Thank you, Kieran. The Kenny boy said, we didn't need to learn killing millions of people is bad. For video watching said, Blitz question, is gazpacho soup? God damn it, you guys.
No.
Based as fuck! Soup must be hot, and I die on this hill, and me and Forrest actually argue about this a lot. But soup must be hot. Okay. And dinosaurs are not birds.
Otherwise, what is it?
I'm sorry, birds are not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs can be birds, but birds are not dinosaurs.
Okay, I think on that one you're just factually incorrect.
Nope. You're falling for you're falling for Big Jurassic like everybody else.
I mean, look, you're a fish. Like, we're all fish.
Nope. Right. I can't be fried and breaded, so therefore not a fish. Let's Fill Gaming said it's called Doritos too. Tekaman said, what about Uzbekistan? # rest in peace. Gretchen said, follow lamp or spend eternity in infinite balls. Does that mean something? What's the balls?
It does.
Okay.
It was the guy yesterday who kept talking about balls.
That's funny. I should go. Do you have that posted anywhere?
Yeah, it went up this morning.
I should go
on my second YouTube channel. If you want the debate stuff, go to Dr. Blitz Debunks on YouTube, by the way.
Very good wizard said, Jovan and Dr. Blitz, keeping it 100. Thank you both. Thank you. Maria said, are you an anarchist? Why or why not? I'm slowly becoming an anarchist. I just need to do a little bit more reading, but it's slow. I'm slowly becoming an ANCOM. Dirty ANCOM. And then Garbage Man said, I was deeply inspired by the Star Trek universe as a kid. It's hard to come to terms with the reality that we find ourselves in. Awesome collab. Thank you. It has been a dope collab.
Yeah. Also, Star Trek is based. Currently doing my 4th watch through of DS9. Everybody should watch it.
I low-key think I like the Orville more.
The Orville's good.
I fuck with the Orville.
Have you seen Deep Space Nine?
No, I've actually, the only the only Star Trek I've watched all the way through is Next Gen.
Okay, well, DS9 has an honest-to-God communist on it, so...
Oh, sick. Maybe
even quotes Marx.
Oh, shit. Maybe I will watch that then. Yeah. We only really have time, sorry, guys, for one more office hours. Let me see.
I think all the questions are for you, so in principle, I could duck out and you could...
No, it's been a 5-hour stream. I need to go as well. Let's just take Spencer. Sorry to the other office hours callers. Please call in the next office hours. It'll be next week. But most of these questions I feel like I've answered at some point. But just call in next week, guys. So sorry, but we are out of time. Spencer, him. Spencer, what's your question?
Hey, just wanted to start off with a thank you for getting to me in the call. I had a question about essentially your communism scope. I've been watching for a while, and honestly, I wish more people would provide you good debate on the subject, because I want to learn more in context, essentially.
Oh, I wish.
But what I was looking to ask was, generally, to get there without direct chaos, ways that some way it could be implemented politically to start moving in that direction. And I wanted your perspective on the idea of essentially putting in a policy that works with education systems to create warehouses or other structures in which they provide the tools in which that they teach the students for. So a trade school that works in X amount, providing the tools for the students afterwards, and a government program that incentivizes the production and build of those to get the means of production into the workers' hands without them being subject to companies or other things like that. And just your perspective on that idea.
So essentially, here's a warehouse. All the things you need are in this warehouse. And if you come and get educated by us, you can get access to these things.
Yeah. Generally, there's some other caveats I've used to cover, edge cases of that. But in general, that's the structure of it. Getting educational systems to actually start providing the tools, essentially funded by the state, so that it can be in the hands of the workers who are directly in those fields and trained for it.
I guess my only issue with that is if you do have somebody who needs those resources but doesn't want to be educated, they're still not able to access those resources, which I would probably have an issue with. But on its face, it doesn't seem like a necessarily bad thing if it's just a way for us to get the education out to people. I actually think an easier or a better solution in terms of just educating is just we have to change pop culture. Like, the education needs to start, Bug's Life should be mandatory viewing for everybody.
Agreed. And speaking of TV shows, what is it? Rubble and Crew. I've got a kid, and I started watching that with them. That show is actually just about a communist town and them assisting and developing it.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually, I should take a look at that. But yeah, I think that pop culture is where we need to get the education to. We got to remember, people have been deeply programmed that communism equals bad. That's not going to change without deep levels of unprogramming.
Yep, I constantly joke that under capitalism, I'm a terrible person, just because every time I talk about business, I'm talking about fair pay and other things and structures in which to compensate the actual workers and people doing the job.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, no, I'd fucking crash and burn in most cases.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you so much, Spencer. Thanks for calling in, and thanks for your question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bye.
You have a good rest of your night. All right, everybody. That was Stream. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. Blitz, thank you for joining. I'm glad we actually had callers. If you had come yesterday,
it was
I got
really
like 2 calls. So this was actually way better. Thank you guys. Hold on really quick. Joshua sent a super chat, so let's just throw it up here real quick. Deep Space Nine over The Next Generation, over Lower Decks, over Strange New World, over what is P-Rod?
I don't know.
Over TOS, over Voyager, over Enterprise, over
Discovery.
Over Taz,
the animated series.
The animated series. Okay.
I don't know what P-Rod is.
P-Rod. What is P-Rod in terms of Star Trek?
They probably mean Picard.
Picard.
That's the only one that's not on the list.
Maybe.
This is basically the list that I would write, but I think I would.
Oh no, they mean
Voyager
Prodigy.
over TOS.
Prodigy. They mean Prodigy.
Oh, Prodigy. Okay, well they left out Picard. Prodigy is good. I would probably give this list too. That's basically the list that I think, actually. Yeah. By the way, for those who didn't know, the character in Deep Space Nine who's a communist is Rom. Somebody asked in the comments.
All right. Well, thank you guys for calling in for office hours. That is the end of office hours. Remember, we are going to be going into Discord in like all of 5 minutes to watch Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So if you haven't seen it and you want to see it, come join us in Discord. Only if you're a paid supporter, unfortunately. That's how you get access to my Discord. If you need help, add a mod and they will help you get in there 100%. Blitz, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Yeah, likewise. It was a good time.
We'll definitely have to do it again. I want to try to get a big stream with a bunch of us and do a Bible Bros stream where we just have a bunch.
Would be so funny.
And I want to do it as a
it
roulette.
Would just be mean to other people though.
I want to do it as a roulette
smart.
where the caller gets to pick either the caller picks who they debate or it's a spin wheel, and then we do it that way. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Apologies to Andrew Wilson. I know you were in the calling queue today, but we didn't have a chance to get to you. Maybe call back tomorrow, Andrew Wilson. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Thank you for being here. I will see everybody tomorrow evening for After Dark stream. Bye-bye.